It's whatever you may think about Barnes being on or off the team, and there's some legit controversy and questions about it. That would not change who's giving opening statements and how that statement went. So those types of things are important to remember. People think just because one person is an attorney on the case that means that they would be doing all these aspects. Kyle has at least 3 attorneys if Barnes is still his civil attorney in some respect, and he may have several more. So that's not how things play out.
And as the chat pointed out, the prosecution objected during the opening, which is a dick move and tends to annoy the jury. Yeah. Because the opening and closing is the purpose of it is to frame the argument, right? So the opening is here's what you will hear. Here's all the stuff, and put it into a frame so that everything can be understood. Because the facts by themselves, you have to put them into a frame. The prosecution put them into their frame. I thought it was a very good frame. So you put them into a frame. Here's what we'll show. The ending is here's what was shown. It's dick move to object, and when you do that, it can make the jury hate you a little bit because you're interrupting them listening to, what's happening. So it's ill-advised.
Yeah, especially when the defense did not object to the prosecution's opening, despite, if we're being nitpicky and technical, there were some aspects of the prosecution's case that the defense could have objected to. Would they be successful? Probably not, but they would be grounded in making the objection. It wouldn't be a sanctionable thing to do so. And they did not do that. When you combine that in, and the jury doesn't know this, but we do, which makes it extra dick move, with the fact that he raised substantially the same objection prior to the actual opening statements, and it was resolved and ruled on by the judge. The fact that he would go on and say, Your Honor, I didn't think we were going to make out our whole case again in his objection during the thing.
The prosecution's objections at the very start were manifestly true. It's like, I didn't think we were going to argue the entire case, which we just did, basically.
Yeah, and you were overruled, or you were, I guess, overruled on your initial objection. Now you had to be overruled again in front of the jury. And that, to me, that made it extra dickish. The jury doesn't get to consider that because they don't know about those initial arguments, but we do, and we will never forget Binger.
Fair.
Real quick, do we want to address the elephant in the room? The fact that
I thought I had addressed all the elephants in the room, but there are more elephants, sure.
Richards did drop the hard R-N word a couple times. And I
only heard it the once. Was it more than once?
I think it was like twice in quick succession.
Okay.
I think it's actually, like, I laugh. I think it was actually maybe a smart move to do so. The alternative would be him saying the N-word, but I think it might have been okay for him to do it because it's shocking, jarring, and attention grabbing, and the rest of his thing was not. So that's my point on that, is that it's drawing extra attention to this thing that is patently offensive, that has just happened on video from one of the deceased. And that's a part of their case, is his general rowdiness and craziness. So I'm going to go with it. I wouldn't have done it. I don't think I would have done it. I think I would have said N-word. I would have played it safe.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree.
That's a tough call. Well, hey, I have to go to the bathroom. Do you need a break at all? Or are you good to hang out for a bit?
You can go to the bathroom and I can entertain the chat and defend myself more while you're in the bathroom.
Never defend. You're on the show. You don't have to defend.
Yes, but I want the chat to like me.
That's
so
true.
I have to try harder.
That's true. I just realized my headphones are on backwards, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yep, backwards headphones. I'll be right back.
Okay. So it'll be just me for a while. I'm on civil law, in case you haven't checked out my channel. We have over 1,000 videos dealing with legal stuff, mostly courts of appeal, U.S. Supreme Court. Oh, incidentally, while I'm thinking about it, I'm just waiting for the transcript to be synced up with the audio. The U.S. Supreme Court just had oral arguments on whole women's health and U.S. versus Texas yesterday. Those are the abortion cases coming out of Texas relation to SB 8. So I've been covering that on my channel a lot. And we will be doing a Supreme Court React where we'll be going over the oral arguments as we do and constructing them. So I'm just waiting. I have the transcript. I have the audio, but OYEZ, Oyez, it's pronounced Oyez in case you wanted to know. OYEZ.org syncs it up. So I'm just waiting for them to sync it up because it makes it a little bit easier than me trying to do it manually. So that'll be really, really exciting. So I'm looking forward to that. And I've covered the cases on my channel in depth. I basically have said that I thought what Texas was trying to do is extremely clever. And the U.S. Supreme Court seems to agree with that on the whole. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens. So all that good stuff. Also, as I'm sure some of you have noticed on my channel, we're trying a new editing format, which may or may not be a good thing. Also, someone was pointing out, it's like the color of law thing. It's like, we may not stick with it, but we try things and see how it works. And then if it doesn't work, we try different things. So also the music from some of the people I paid on Fiverr leaves a lot to be desired, but we press on. So good times. So let me just read you all the notes I had for this defense lawyer, just in order with all the issues I had. The run-on sentences. Yeah. Vocal variety, his speech was mostly monotone. And he didn't vary his pitch. He didn't vary the loudness. He didn't vary delivery speed. It seemed to me whereas the prosecution, when he hit a strong point, he stopped. So he changed the pacing or changed things like that. It seemed to my mind the defense lawyer didn't vary his pacing. It was just a consistent throughout. He didn't vary the volume. He didn't vary the emphasis of particular words like the prosecution did. So the vocal variety was lacking. The storytelling aspects I've talked about before. This comes from trial advocacy, by the way, where, to tell a story. I mean, every trial is telling a story. Here's a whole bunch of things. What's the story behind the things? It felt very unrehearsed. It felt very like he was making it up on the fly. He mentioned the word victim, but we've covered that. The narrative is just missing. And and on just a purely technical level, yes, I understand that the things on the skateboard are called trucks. I get it. I understand. But the jury doesn't understand, so it's probably ill-advised to use the word trucks. It's correct in a technical sense. It
Just
is
say
not
the
helpful
wheels
to the
or
jury.
the axles.
Just call them the wheels or the axle would have been fine. So that stuff. So I've been successfully vamping for a couple minutes now, but I could go more.
I got to get a bunch of super chats that I want to get to that I've been putting off because the court was talking. The one thing on the trucks aspect, I think you say wheels or axles in opening statement, and then I think when you're presenting evidence about the skateboard itself, you talk about the trucks. You get one out there. You bring an example of one to the court and you say, look at this. This is a hunk of metal that's attached to the skateboard. If you're hitting someone with this, it's adding weight. You might strike them with the metal. I mean, these are real dangerous things. And you bring that in. I agree. I think for opening statements, it should have just been a quick thing. I also do love, this is my favorite part of the opening statement, I've decided, was him saying that Huber was trying to literally decapitate Kyle with his skateboard. That was magnificent.
It was a
remove his head from his shoulders.
I appreciate that. That's good flavor text.
I liked it. Okay, let me read some of these chats. American Legend says, good afternoon. Kyle is no monster. He doesn't seem to be a monster. And if they, if they start really getting into it and they really probably don't want to in general. They don't want to defend him being a monster because then they open the door to character evidence that would be contrary. And that's just messy in everyone's lives. But if they need to get into it, they'll play the video of him just weeping at the police station after turning himself in and all of that stuff. There's a lot to suggest he's not a monster. Next, we've got I hate this super chat screen so much.
Is it like doing that thing where you scroll down and it automatically scrolls back up? Because that's my favorite thing.
No, for me, I scroll down and then it jumps all the way down to the bottom, and then I have to get back to it. Tommy TK says, Nick, I have agreed that the whole case hinges on Rosenbaum's death. It will imply if Kyle's an active shooter or defending himself. Can't wait to see. Next, AGK says, according to the prosecution, the Zeminski first shot. Why isn't this a felony murder case against Zeminski instead? Because they don't want to charge. So I guess the idea would be that he had a reckless discharge or a negligent discharge. That would be a felony case in Wisconsin, and then people died as a result of it. I think it's maybe a little attenuated.
Yeah, the causation is slightly off, but it's a good question, though.
Yeah. Well, and the other question is, why isn't Zeminski being charged at all? And that'll... What do you think about the defense raising these issues with who's being charged and not charged as, you know, in exchange for testimony? Like, presumably they would be, you know, Nicholas Black, right? Mm-hmm. His friend is maybe not being charged with a straw purchase. Was he not being charged with a straw purchase in exchange for testimony for the state? That's
always a valid question to ask. Were you offered any kind of incentive to testify?
Yeah.
You know, not being charged would be an incentive. So, yeah, and that always goes to credibility.
Right.
Sure.
And so
yes, it's a smart thing to bring up.
Yeah, that I think is going to come up on some of these witnesses. Unpleasant Alex, welcome to the channel. Thank you. Zalowarg says, isn't this very irregular? I mean, for the defense to display what can be construed as evidence during the opening statement. Irregular, maybe. I think it's probably getting more and more common as we go. I don't like PowerPoints and tech in opening statements. I don't like that idea at all.
Oh, yeah. Well, I and as a public speaker, I'm just anti-PowerPoint altogether. I hate PowerPoint with a passion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird thing because you're always doing this. You're turning away. You're disengaging. You're pointing up there, pointing over there. A lot of, and even when he pulled up the self-defense thing, he then reads it to them. I hate having a PowerPoint slide read to me with a fiery passion like that. That type of stuff is why I don't like it. But I think it's going to be more and more, you know, as courts continue to catch up on technology. I think it's going to be more and more common as we go forward. Bilbonius Bag of Donuts says, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Jump Kick Man. Mithrin Emirates says, were his actions privileged, not was his actions privileged. Richards is killing me with his speaking style here.
That one you give him pass for. Wrong tense.
Yellow Flash 2 says, Kyle was only taking out the garbage. Mithrin Emmer says, FFS Richards, the term victim should never be anywhere in your mouth when talking about any of these individuals. I agree. Binger threw a hissy fit about not being able to use the term in pretrial, and you drop it like that. And the funny thing is, it might have been all that fuss over the term as to why it slipped in. That might have been the issue. Yellow Flash 2 says, let's go, Brandon. Free Kyle. Pseudosnark says, does McInnis need to feel victimized? HR behind you. I don't know what HR behind me means, but does McInnis need to feel victimized? Maybe. I mean, it's going to go to the idea is that the state is charging Kyle with recklessly endangering McInnis, and he's going to get on the stand and testify, I didn't feel like I was in any danger. Like, that's a... What? Why are... I'm YouTube keeps telling me that there's a live video and it's not live over and over again.
Nice.
So that's just annoying. But that's the idea is that he's going to testify that he didn't ever feel in danger. He was doing his job. That's going to undermine the credibility of that charge in general. And again, that charge is a weird one, because if he shot Rosenbaum and the bullet happened to travel through him towards someone else, that's not recklessness, typically speaking. That's not recklessness, as most people would think of it.
I agree.
Mither Nimmer says, how in God's name did you already decide Kyle will testify? Stupid move. And then you are stretching this out. Get to the point. Kyle acted in self-defense. Focus on that. The rest is fluff and filler. Bad opening. Ovid says, can you fire your lawyer halfway through opening arguments? I mean, in theory, yeah, I guess. It wouldn't. I don't know if that's a good idea.
I don't know how that would work, actually.
This guy is a liability. After dropping the N-word, many jurors will be so off-put that Kyle is now kneecapped for the rest of the trial. I don't think that's actually going to be the case, personally, especially if people are right that it's 11 white women. I don't think that's actually going to bother them that much as people think. Not in Wisconsin, guys. You may think white people in the South are racist, but let me introduce you to the North. The Japanese Yakuza 1 says, after a day's work out in the rain, but I was an hour or so late and pride. Welcome back, buddy. Peter Bemis says, honestly, this may seem boring, but a lot of us saw the evidence for this a year ago. But for the jury, the mainstream media has been hiding this. Consider if this is all novel. That's a good point. You know, some of these people have not seen this evidence. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Mither Emmer says, took him 30 minutes to get there, but he finally started making some excellent points. Yeah.
Yep.
He's like a Wisconsin tractor. You just got a crank started or whatever. Scipio says, is the jury live or remote? They're live. I think the opening statement is good, but the camera moves between the attorney and the live video at odds with someone's natural attention. If they're sitting live, I think this may work well. Yeah, they're live. They're there. So all they do is they turn and look at the screen as he's talking. Irby says defense had better opening statement when they went, shoot me N-word, shoot me N-word. Also check Discord DMs when you get the chance. I will. Super Iron Bob says, make Uncivil's point in opening even stronger. The jury is coming not unbiased, but coming in misinformed by mass media, and the defense should know this. That's an interesting counterpoint there. I like that. Tall Skinny Geek says, how pro-gun can Uncivil be if he doesn't have a collection of them on the wall behind him? Called out. You have been called out. Where's your giant rack of guns? Just right behind you in the frame. Like Lauren Boebert or whatever.
No, that's okay.
Have you ever seen when she does the congressional hearings and she's got like the 2 ARs crossed and the 9mm sitting? It's awesome. I love that.
Nice touch.
Ray Fernandez says the opening was so long I was able to make breakfast, vote, and install a shower head, and still had time to watch the end part. It's election day. It's election day here in Minnesota.
Yes, I voted early, so I already took care of that. Yay.
No, I didn't. I don't know if I'll get to it. Probably not. I'll be here all day. Oh, well. Rayona says, not sure if it has been like this or if it is a glitch on my app, but if you type Kyle's name on the Facebook app search button, it says 196,000 are talking about it, but it won't show anything. Seems like they are blocking it. I must correct you on something. It's not Facebook anymore. Thank you. It's Meta.
That's right. Now, did they actually change the name of Facebook, or is Meta a holding company like Alphabet? I was a little confused
I think
on that.
Meta's the holding company currently. Yeah. It just seems changing the name of Facebook seems like this is way off topic, but seems like a very, very poor decision to me. But I mean, maybe they're getting out ahead of the MySpace death, right? Pseudo Snark says, I don't think they should have opened stipulating Kyle's testimony. He has to testify now, or they lied to the jury. Bad move. No, that's not true. Personally, they didn't actually stipulate to it, but if they're planning on him testifying, I have a lot of questions. I don't think that's a good idea. 2% right says, dear Mr. Rackets, before I check out and head to bed, I ask if you haven't yet to watch Pauly Shore's Jury Duty on movie night at some point during this trial.
Good call.
I love that movie. It would be great to watch, but I don't think it's on Prime. And then some Russian letters that I can't read says decap doesn't mean axe guillotine only. there's a Lanto occipital dislocation thing as well. Yes, you'd have an internal decapitation. That is correct. That is correct. He said, he didn't say decapitation though. He literally said use a skateboard to remove his head from his shoulders. Hold on.
I doubt they're going to start on time if I'm a betting man.
For the myocarditis after vaccination,
fuck.
say that
Hold on.
of the cases.
I gotta mute that real quick.
Why are we talking about the CDC?
What is this doing on Court TV? I gotta remove this from the screen. Now they do it. Thank you, you assholes.
How does Yahoo get into this exactly?
Yahoo is using the Court TV stream apparently.
Okie doke.
I tried to find the Court TV stream and they shut it down.
All right.
They're gonna start a new one. The hell is that? Are they trying to get people? Wouldn't that be a shady move, right? They're trying to get people covering the trial struck.
Because they're talking about, yeah.
Let me just give a countervailing statement. I'm not making any statements about COVID-19 or vaccinations or anything like that. I've never even heard the term myocarditis before. That was entirely Yahoo. Shut Yahoo down, not me. I did nothing wrong. That was Yahoo, and their YouTube channel needs to be shut down, not mine. I didn't do anything. Edward Redbeard says, Miles Mathis says it's all fake. No blood in video of Rosenbaum putting back of unmarked black ambulance. Blood pack
Lord.
on bicep. Arm should have hyperextended. Surname Rittenhouse is Jewish. All to distract from, oh, this is it, the McMichaels trial. Yes. The Kyle Rittenhouse was a false flag event 2 years ago, or in the middle of last year. Solely
distract
purpose.
From Ahmaud
to distract
Arbery?
from Ahmaud Arbery and the McMichaels trial, which they had no way of coordinating those schedules in separate states for incidents that happened completely different times. No. So long story short, let me humbly suggest no. That's funny if it's a joke.
Right,
if it's not a joke,
second, I'll be right back.
No, yeah, sure. Sounds good. Wow. Yeah, Rekashu, you're correct. Imagine from the state of the world that put us here, having to worry about a medical video that might take away your income. Yep. It's that ridiculous. It's that crazy out here right now. This stuff, let's see. Okay. Let's see. All right. What else do we have here? I do have the stream ready to go. They've kind of fixed it. I underestimate the power to them. What is my prediction in Virginia's election? Are the Reds going to take back the governorship? I have no idea. It looked like it's polling favorably for Republicans in Virginia. You have any opinions on that?
The Virginia race, yeah, it's looking really interesting. I was a resident of Virginia for many, many years until I moved to Texas about 1.5 years ago. The fact that the Democrat is on the edge is amazing. It just shows because they won by lots of points in Virginia. So the fact that it's so close,
like 8.
Yeah, I think it was 8. I was about to say 10, but I was like, that can't be that high. So I avoided saying it because I didn't want to make myself out to be a jerk. But yeah, it was the fact that it's so close, I think the Republicans are actually going to pull it out, which is amazing.
Okay, what about this? This is a completely off-topic hypothetical for you. Are you familiar at all with the ADA, the
Sure.
Americans with Disabilities Act?
Yes.
All right. Let's say hypothetically you're a man with a paralyzed face.
Okay.
So you probably qualify. It's something called Mobius syndrome. Probably qualify. Makes communication, eating difficult. So Disability Act qualification probably assumed.
Sure.
Okay. Let's say that you on your insides are a beautiful singer and performer, but on the outside you have trouble doing this, right? So instead you have to hire a band, for example, to perform a song that you created for America's Got Talent.
Okay.
Does America's Got Talent owe you the money that you paid the band as a reasonable accommodation for your disability, since without the band you would not be able to compete?
I think the answer is no, because the thing that's being rated is not only the composition, but the actual performance. So if you can have the same song performed by multiple different singers, that doesn't mean it's going to sound as good coming from every singer. So yeah, it's not a reasonable accommodation. Also, there's a First Amendment implication in there that would also run against the ADA analysis. So there's that.
What about if the reasonable accommodation was not to pay for the band, but to just advance you automatically to the TV judges round in 2022 rather than in 2021?
No, that's definitely not a reasonable accommodation. You're going to have to go through every step of the process that anyone else does. Now, whether or not they need to give you an accommodation as part of those process or processes, but the idea that you would skip ahead as a reasonable accommodation, that's not reasonable.
Right. I think I agree with you. I don't know. I'm not
who am I trying to convince?
No one.
Okay, just curious. Is this a hypothetical? Is this a hypothetical because someone in chat made a stupid?
No. This is a hypothetical because a stupid who's not in chat filed a federal lawsuit against America's Got Talent based on
I need a piece of this. I need a piece of this. Send me that thing. I want to cover that stuff.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
It's my man Russell Greer, the world's greatest pro se litigant, who has sued Taylor Swift, Katy Perry, Selena Gomez, a random stripper. He has done so many great things. He has lobbied actively for legalized prostitution in Utah, followed by forced prostitution and cheaper rates for disabled people to be able to have access to the prostitutes. He is phenomenal. Nothing can stop this man. No amount of discouragement, lost income, or losses in general can stop Russell Greer from going after those rights.
Okay.
He did.
I don't think forcing someone to provide that particular service is going to fly. No.
I think you need to read his pamphlet. Why I want to make it legal for your daughter to sleep with a disabled person for $500. I think you need to read that pamphlet.
Well, why prostitution should be legal is a little bit different than why they should be forced to engage with that with a disabled person. The prostitution should be legal. It's a classical libertarian argument. So that's not that hard if you want to go down that road.
What would you say to filing in small claims court a case against Taylor Swift?
I think I read this one.
Yeah, for not acknowledging your gift, right? Like you sent Taylor Swift a gift. She did not get on Instagram and acknowledge your gift. Therefore, you sued her in small claims court in Utah with the big brain plan that small claims parties are not typically represented. So therefore, Taylor Swift would be forced to come to court in Utah in person, and then you could offer to settle with her for dinner, but it's not a date.
Okay, so let's just go with basic gift theory 101. In order for something to be a gift, it has to be without consideration, which means by legal definition, you're not getting anything in exchange for it. So if you gave someone a gift and you said, I didn't get a thank you, you're not entitled to a thank you because it was a gift. So you're not entitled to anything. So, yeah.
He brought that suit in federal court in Tennessee, I believe, to try and force, through the judge's order, every celebrity to offer a disclaimer anytime they issue a thank you for a gift, that they would not always issue a thank you. And he sued Taylor Swift for this is after the small claims. He brought it to Tennessee and sued her for $100 million.
Once again, the legal definition of a gift precludes any legal expectation to anything in return. It's a gift. It's gratuitous. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I'll send you the ADA case. It's his newest case, and it is, whoo, boy, it is great. Like
someone said, "Oh yeah, is up on a synced argument." Excellent. I might do that tonight then. Excellent. Very good.
Wait, what?
So apparently the synced up argument. I think I was talking about this when you weren't here. I'm going to cover the U.S. Versus Texas and women's health case. And I was just waiting for the OYA to sync up the transcripts, and apparently that actually happened. So I would expect then tonight we're going to do Supreme Court React and listen to the live audio.
Yeah, guys,
you're welcome to come if you just want to make your daily streams even longer.
I think that's going to be right during my dinner.
Yeah.
But guys, if you want to check that out, that is a really interesting case going on. Kurt's channel is in the description. You just click on that tag of uncivil law. It'll take you right there. If you are interested in how the Supreme Court arguments went in regards to the Texas they're calling it a 6-week abortion ban, even though that's not quite accurate. But the fetal heartbeat abortion ban that's going on in Texas, that has been brought now before the Supreme Court. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, the U.S. government's case against Texas, right?
There were two cases argued. They weren't consolidated for argument. They were argued separately. Maybe there will be a consolidated opinion. But yeah, whole women's health, which was the private people suing, and U.S., which is the U.S. government suing, were both heard on the first.
Yeah, that'll be
exciting.
That'll be a very, very interesting case to follow. And last time we talked about this, your prediction was that we'd get a ruling maybe by the end of November or in the middle of December.
Yeah, I still think that's right because the timeline of the oral argument was so accelerated. What was it, like 6 days or 7 days to go from congratulations, you have a U.S. Supreme Court case to you have to argue this case? And you and I had basically a panic on stream because what?
Yeah, because how are you going to put together?
How are you going to write this? How are you going to prep for oral argument?
Yeah, on novel issues as well. Like this is new stuff, at least in regards to the government and how the government is handling that. Let me see.
So that should be a fun stream tonight, where we go over and try to pick apart those arguments.
What time is that?
Yeah, I have to set a time? Oh, Lord.
Roughly, so people know.
Let's say 7 p.m. Central.
7 p.m. Central. Okay, there you go. So that'll be there. No, right after this show is done, I think at 5:30, I have to pop over to Adam Krigler, his show, and summarize what's going on in the case, and then I have to eat dinner and get ready for my 11 p.m. show.
Cool.
So, I'm a busy boy today.
You are busy, but that's good. It's good to be busy.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing the time to spend with me. It's nice. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. That'll be great. Legal Mindset is going to come on for some of tomorrow's show. I don't know how much.
Excellent. That'll be fun too.
I know. I've never had him on. I've only tangentially talked to him on like an Eric Hunley show.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to him before the Eric Hunley show on the camera. It's like, oh, you should come on. And he seemed a little taken aback or something. But I would love to have him on my show, too, because he seems like a really cool guy.
Oh, well, let's stop fluffing him up too much. He is still a lawyer. So, I mean, come on. Cool guy? I don't know. I don't know about that. Is that even possible?
There are some cool lawyers. There must be, right?
There's got to be some somewhere. No, so this was see. So yeah, 40 minutes for the defense's case, 34 for Binger's. Although I do think we got to credit time served on the defense for 30 to 60 seconds for that objection as well.
Well, he did say he didn't think it would be much longer than the prosecution, so I'll give him correctness for honesty.
That's
was
right.
Not much longer. So yeah, but those two speeches felt like very different lengths of time. That did not feel like 30 minutes or 34 minutes. It felt shorter than that.
Yeah.
Although it was still a little too long. The defense's case felt like it went on forever. Yeah.
Let's see. Are you calling it a day soon, or are you going to wait for the stream to start again? No, we're waiting for the stream to start again. We
want to hear some. We want to hear some actual witnesses who might actually be able to testify to some things.
Yeah, the court will go on until I think 4:30 or 5 p.m. Central Time. I will be here the whole time. Kurt will be here as long as he wants to be, and we'll be here for the full analysis. Nate, the lawyer, says, "What about the defense calling the men killed victim? Bad move." A very bad move.
We mentioned that. And some people in the chat were saying that the judge's order relating to victims didn't apply during opening or closing. But I can't speak to that. That doesn't seem right.
No, he said during closing you have some leeway, but I don't think during opening you had the same leeway. You have to have the facts lay it out.
So yeah, but I can tell you for absolute certainty that the prosecution is going to be arguing. They open the door for us to mention the word victim now. So now we have to have that whole argument. That's probably what we're going to do rather than calling back somebody. We're going to have
about the night of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
We'll use that.
We're just straight into this.
Reference. How long before that date had you known the defendant?
Roughly 9 months.
Was that the same period of time that you were dating his sister?
Yes.
And how frequently would you see the defendant during those 9 or so months?
I mean, where the hell was the court feed?
You mentioned there were times when you would go down to his residence in Antioch. Is that right?
Yes.
Were there times when he would come to your stepfather's residence here in Kenosha?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
Weekly.
What sort of things did the two of you like to do together?
Everything as a kid. Hanging out, going to the lake, hunting.
This is Kyle's friend, Nicholas
Going
Black.
up north, just everything you would do growing up.
You mentioned hunting. Is that something that you and your family are interested in?
Dominic Black,
yes.
Sorry.
Tell us more about that.
We own property in Ladysmith. Every year growing up, I would go there with my stepdad and my brother and go hunt ever since I was a little kid.
When you say hunt, what sort of things would you hunt?
Deer, turkey, pheasant, rabbit.
Can you describe your family's property in Ladysmith for us?
Yeah, it's about, I want to say 13 acres of land with somewhat we would call a shooting range, which is like a big open gravel pit. And it's pretty secluded and private in the woods.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant was interested in hunting. Did you ever bring him along hunting up in Ladysmith?
I wouldn't say hunting. We did bring him once to go kind of just get a feel for hunting and shoot guns and just kind of get away for the weekend.
Do you remember when that was?
I would like to say a few months before everything happened.
If I said it was in early May, around May 1st of 2020, would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Now, do you remember a time in which you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith and there was some discussion about purchasing a gun?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We were going up and we had stopped at a store that was local to buy like clay pigeons and ammo. Kyle had also wanted a gun similar to the one I had. He did not, or I did not have the money for it, so he said he would pay for it. I told him that wasn't a good idea. He wasn't 18, but we came to an agreement to where he could have it once he is 18. It would be kept at my house until then. So it kind of went on from there.
What kind of gun was this?
An AR-15.
Did you have one of those already?
Yes.
Did the defendant see that gun that you had?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he saw that gun?
Just from when I bought it, he had saw it at my house, or just me opening it from the box.
And he indicated to you that he wanted a similar type gun.
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything to you about why he wanted such a gun?
No.
Now, you just mentioned the fact that the defendant was not 18. How old was he in May to August of 2020?
17.
And you discussed that he couldn't have a gun because he was 18. Is that something that you and the defendant actually talked about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those discussions?
It was more along the lines of he would be 18 soon. I told him I didn't want to do it because I knew it wasn't, obviously he can't buy it legally. We did agree that it wouldn't be his until he was 18, and he was aware of that.
Then.
And from then on, it did stay at my house.
That's not a straw purchase at all.
So when you were up in Ladysmith, I think you said you went to a local store to purchase the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
In whose name was the gun purchased?
Mine.
So you were the legal registered owner of the gun?
Yes.
Where did the money come from to get that gun?
Kyle.
After the gun was purchased in Ladysmith, did the defendant use it?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We just target practiced. We bought a pretty good amount of ammo and just shot clay pigeons, and just went to the woods on our property.
That's weird.
Now, you mentioned earlier there was some sort of, I think you said a shooting range on the property. Is
Yes.
that right? Can you describe that for us, please?
It's about 250 yards long. It's an old gravel pit that they used to use to obviously get gravel. It kind of just turned into the shooting range for us as a big open field.
Did you and the defendant shoot your AR-15s on that shooting range?
Yes.
You mentioned it was about 250 yards long. Did you have targets that far away?
Not entirely. It was, more at the time it was just like iron sights, so that wasn't a realistic range to shoot. We would set up clay pigeons hanging on trees at the end of the range and just kind of walk a certain amount of distance until we felt comfortable it was the right spot.
Oh, okay, that makes.
What would
more
you
sense.
say the farthest distance away would be that you shot targets at with your guns?
Say about 75 yards.
Were you successful in hitting what you were shooting at?
Not all the time.
I'm going to ask the detectives here to show you a couple of exhibits that have been marked as
75 yards
exhibits
isn't that far.
27 and 28.
Well,
And I'm
that's
going
not
to
bad.
have them handle them for safety purposes, but I'm going to have them hold them up and show them to you, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify them for us, okay?
Okay.
And I want to represent to everyone that these items are not loaded. There are no bullets or anything like that.
Tell that to Alec Baldwin, Binger.
Please,
I believe that Detective Antaramian is holding up what is been marked as exhibit number 27. Detective, is that right? That's number 27? Okay. Do you recognize that item, Mr. Black?
Yes.
What is that?
Are you sure?
One of the AR-15s.
Do you know which one that is?
I believe it's Kyle's.
Why?
I'm not too sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Would it
thank
be
you.
fair to say that yours and the defendant's look very similar to one another?
Yes.
Do you remember if there are any particular markings on one or the other that would help you to identify them?
The only difference
I
was
think he just tried to
sight.
assemble it and failed.
What was the difference in the sights?
One of us had a bigger one. I don't remember which one it was.
Okay. I'll have the detective now show you the next exhibit, which is exhibit number 28.
Yeah, interesting. Well, now that Kyle is 18, one of them may be his.
Detective Antaramian
Holding a gun
is
in
now
trust for a
showing you
minor is not illegal.
Another item, which is exhibit number 28. Do you recognize that?
Not from the last time I've seen both of them, no.
Okay. And I noticed that the gun that he's holding up doesn't appear to have a scope on it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are AR-15s the type of weapon where a scope could be added to them if need be?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Okay. Could you grab that, please? Detective Antaramian indicates there's a scope in the box, so we're going to show that to you as well.
Got my scope in a
Maybe
box.
we could show Mr. Black both of the scopes, and you could tell us if you recognize which one might be yours. So, I believe Detective Andrew Ramian is showing you one of the scopes. Are you able to recognize if that's yours or the defendant's?
That is not mine.
Okay. So that scope came
Is it the
you believe,
defendant's?
from the defendant's gun?
Yes.
Okay. And if you recall, thank you, Detective. The other weapon that we had that had a scope on it, now that you've seen this other scope, does that
Cheers,
help you
chat.
remember which gun was which?
Yes.
Okay. The other gun that we showed you, which is Exhibit 27 with the scope attached on it, was that your gun?
Yes.
Okay. So these two exhibits, 27 and 28, are 27 is the first one is your AR-15, and the second one is the defendant's. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do
Your
you
Honor,
know
I
that?
move exhibits
Did you check the
27 and
registration
28 into
numbers?
evidence. Can you help us understand, Mr. Black, why you were interested in having an AR-15?
I kind of wanted like a personal project. I had mostly only had hunting guns, and I wanted to try something new to target shoot. I have a lot of family with guns like that. They kind of find it a hobby to build them up and put different attachments on them. So I figured I would try and get into it as well.
How long had you owned that AR-15?
I want to say 2-3 months
Before May or before August?
before May.
Okay. And in that time period, had you made any modifications or additions to the gun?
Just the scope.
I assume if life had kept going forward like normal, you would have continued to do so?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about the night of August 25th. Other than that night, was there ever a time in which you went out in Kenosha holding or carrying that AR-15?
No.
How would you normally store or carry around that weapon if you did?
In my arms. I mean, if I'm driving, it would be, disassembled in the back of the car, unloaded.
Maybe I was not clear on my question. I believe you said that up until the night of August 25th, you hadn't went out armed with that AR-15 in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you did have it with you in Kenosha, was it disassembled in the trunk of your car?
On the way there, yes. But once we had arrived, no.
Where did you normally keep your gun on a daily basis?
Locked up inside the house.
Whereabouts inside the house?
In the safe.
Where was that safe located?
In my dad's room.
Did you have a key to that safe?
No.
Who did?
My dad.
When you wanted to get your AR-15, did you have to get your dad's permission?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, when you say dad, that's technically your stepdad?
Yes.
Okay.
Guys, this
So,
is
for
all
example,
relevant to
in May,
foundation
when you went up to Ladysmith with the
of
defendant,
how the gun got
who all
to Kyle
came along with
Rittenhouse.
It was me, Kyle, my brother Ray, my friend Cody, and Kyle's sister.
Do you
This is
remember
not
approximately
TV
how long
court.
you
This
spent
takes
up there?
time.
I wanna
TV
say it
court
was the
takes
weekend.
20 minutes.
When you went up there, I assume you brought your AR-15.
Yes.
Did anyone else bring any other guns along with them?
Yes. We also brought like a 12-gauge hunting shotgun, and then I think my friend brought his little 22 pistol.
And I think you said earlier that your dad, your stepdad, and your brother were also interested in hunting?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many rounds you and the defendant would have fired off at that firing range up at the property in Ladysmith when you were there that weekend?
A lot. I would say 100, 200.
It's not a lot.
May I approach your honor?
Real quick, guys. Why they have his gun is because either he or his dad are also charged with the criminal
Black,
act
I'm
of
gonna show
either
you a
a
document
straw
which has been
purchase
marked as
or
exhibit number 7.
providing a firearm to a minor. That's probably why his gun was also
Do you recognize the
confiscated.
photograph on that document?
Yes.
Who is shown in that photograph?
Kyle.
Was that a photograph that was taken when you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith around May 1st of 2020?
Yes.
Does that photograph show the defendant holding his AR-15?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibit number 7 into evidence.
No,
May I publish that to the jury, Your Honor? On
no,
our
Your
screens?
Honor. Your Honor, I don't agree with him characterizing it as a photograph. It's clearly a printed picture on paper, Your Honor.
Sometimes these TVs are too smart for us.
I've never met a TV as smart as I am, Your Honor. I'd like to object to the to the prosecution's statement that this TV is too smart, Your Honor.
4 doors, more horse.
Your Honor, I want to object.
What
My
day,
client's TikTok name is
that
based
photograph
in
was
Red
taken when
Pill.
you were up there?
I want to say the same day we arrived.
Does that photograph show in the background there the property that your family had up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And do you remember who it was who actually took that photograph?
Yes.
Who was it?
My friend Cody.
Do you remember if that was before or after you and the defendant went to the firing range and
This is before.
practiced? Okay. All right. Thank you.
They brought that in just to put in the 4 doors, more horse
After
thing. That's the reason
you
they
and the
brought that in.
defendant
funny.
returned to Kenosha from Ladysmith, and the defendant
In the line, bruh, I'm just trying to be
purchased
famous.
this gun for the defendant.
Mission
What
accomplished?
happened to the gun after that?
It was locked up in the safe.
Which safe is that?
The one in the garage. It was the one that required a code to open.
That's the garage at your father's place?
Yes.
Here in Kenosha?
Yes.
Stepfather? I'm going to use that interchangeably, but technically that's your stepfather, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
No one's confused.
Did you have a code to open that safe?
No.
Who did?
Only my stepdad.
So the defendant didn't either.
No.
Why didn't the defendant take that AR-15 back to Antioch with him?
Because we had an agreement that he wouldn't do that.
What was the reason why?
He was 17.
Was the defendant
It wasn't his gun.
accepting of that? Did he understand that?
Yes.
You said it wouldn't be
Do
his
you
gun.
recall
till he
having
was
any
18.
discussions with his mom about that?
Not me personally.
I want to talk about the time period between when you came back from Ladysmith in early May and the night of August 25th, 2020. In that period of time, did the defendant ever possess that AR-15?
No.
On the day of August 25th, 2020, the day when all this stuff happened, did he possess that gun?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he gained possession of that gun on August 25th?
My dad had took a lot of the weapons we had out of the safe due to all the rioting and stashed them inside the house in case somebody were to come break into our house.
What?
And that gun happened to be one of those weapons.
Okay.
Do you know?
Why would you
how
take them
the
out of the safe if you're worried about
possession
rioting?
that day?
I do not. All I'm aware of is that it was downstairs.
When did you first see the defendant with that weapon that day?
When I was in the kitchen. So about, I want to say a few hours before we left.
And tell us what you saw when you were in the kitchen.
I saw him coming up the stairs with it.
With the AR-15?
Yes.
Did you hear him ask you permission to take that gun?
No.
Did you hear him ask permission from your father?
Self-defense, fair.
No.
When the defendant came upstairs with that gun,
This is his
what,
defense
if
and his
anything,
other
did he
crime
do with it?
right here.
I believe he set it down on the table and started looking for medical supplies,
What do you mean by medical supplies?
like bandages, rubbing alcohol, certain things like that.
Do you know why he was doing that?
Yes, in case somebody was hurt downtown.
We've seen some photographs that night of the defendant with a bag that looks like a medic bag. Do you remember him having that night?
Yes.
One that night?
He's not pleading the fifth, guys, because he's likely getting
Do
a
you
deal
know
to
what was
provide
in
this
that bag?
testimony.
All the medical supplies that he was gathering.
Were those medical supplies gathered from your house?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant got any medical supplies from Walgreens or any other store or anything like that, or was it just all from your house?
I know there wasn't any from any store, but I'm unaware of anything that happened after we had got to the lake.
So I believe you described that the defendant took the gun into the kitchen, put it on the table. He was gathering some medical supplies. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We proceeded to get ready and then we went down to the lake.
Say we, who do you mean?
Me and Kyle.
Where did you go when you went down by the lake?
At first we had parked by a friend's house and then we walked to, I want to say, the back parking lot of Ruther.
And what did you do there?
We met up with our friend Nick, and then we proceeded to go to the car source locations.
Not me, I don't think.
When you
I
say
wasn't
Nick, do you
there.
mean Nick Smith?
Yes.
Oh, whew.
When you say car source locations, we've heard some testimony about 3 different locations. Can you help us to understand which one you're talking about?
The first one we went to was the one that would be closest to us right now. So further south.
I apologize. I was a little distracted there. Can you tell me again, which was the first one you went to?
The one that was further south.
63rd and Sheridan? Does that
Yes.
sound right? And when you say we went there, was that the defendant, you and Nick Smith?
Yes.
What happened then?
Then we met the owner once again, and he gave us a ride to the north location and dropped us off.
Okay, I'm sorry. You say you met the owner once again. When was the first time that you met him?
Previously in the day, I want to say it was around morning time when we were cleaning up all the graffiti.
So maybe I've jumped around a little bit, so I want to make things clear. If I could have just 1 second.
Real quick, this is all relevant to the Kyle illegal possession charge.
Let's
not
start-
so much the
I
self-defense
apologize.
charges.
It's my fault. I kind of jumped in the middle of the day. So I want to start at the beginning of that day. That was
Oh my
Tuesday,
God.
August 25th, 2020, the day that all these things happened. So let me back up for a little bit so we can kind of go in chronological order. I think it's easier for everybody to follow. The night, Monday night into Tuesday, did you stay at your own home?
Yes.
Did the defendant stay there as well?
I do not recall.
Do you remember when the first time would have been that you would have seen him on Tuesday morning?
I don't know specifically what time, but it was before noon.
When you saw him, was it at your house?
Yes.
What happened when you first saw him? What did the two of you do?
Me, him, and my brother Ray decided to go down to the lake and kind of just look at how things were. And then from there on, we decided to help clean.
When you say you went down to the lake, do you mean the actual beach lakefront or do you mean downtown?
Downtown.
Where did you go when you went downtown the first time?
We parked right next to the car source location that had already been burnt down. And then we walked across Sheridan to Route 3.
I'm going to, may I approach, Your Honor? I have a map here of the area, and I'm going to try and prop it in such a way that we can all see it. I wish I had an easel, but I don't right now. Mr. Black, I'll be a human easel for a moment. This shows the area of downtown beginning on the north at 58th Street and going down to the south at 63rd Street. Sorry, Karen. And the area along Sheridan Road there. Do you see that, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I'm going to ask you that, what happened to our easel, do we know?
Well,
In the
maybe
back here?
upstairs.
What happened to the easel?
How do you not have an easel?
And then put it, because right now the defendant can't see it, and I'm required to ensure that he does, and also I can't see it either. Now, and then also, once we get that, then,
Philip Coggin says 75 yards is still blank range for most ARs.
Fair.
Random Blaze says the working girl trade is one of the oldest jobs on the planet next to farmer and cemetery work, so it should be legal. Just woke up.
is that okay?
So how's it going,
So,
Rackets?
yeah, you can continue with examination on
It's
something
fine.
else,
It's
or you
right.
can wait. There we are.
Kyle looked a little bit pissed at his friend there, to me.
Put it back so that the defendant can see it.
Or up there.
Can we maybe
Or up
angle it
there,
up there?
that's
Would that be
actually what
okay?
we use,
Yeah.
yeah, use that.
So far, the prosecution's competent. Nothing great, but nothing bad.
Yeah, and guys, I know these parts are really boring, but in court you have to lay foundation for everything you're going to get to later. They have to find out how the gun got from point A to point B. They have to find out how he got the gun in the first place. They have to establish that the gun is somehow Kyle's or not Kyle's. That's kind of a weird
Okay, thank you, Judge.
gray area here.
This makes it a lot easier. Mr. Black, I put a little laser pointer right in front of you there. Could you use that and show us on this map? I'm going to focus in on the first time you say you came down with the defendant. And I think you said, was there anyone else with you the first time, or was it just the two of you?
No, it was me, him, and my brother.
Okay.
There's another if you like. No, then you could,
Oh.
if you want.
Yeah.
Or you can is the one Sister Marcia gave me.
I don't want to be accused of using a dangerous weapon, so I'll use it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Guys, this is why lawyers aren't funny, because they're not. Did you hear these jokes? And they're all.
Could you please use that laser pointer and show us on this map? You said you parked near one of the car source locations when you first came down.
Yes.
Can you point out where that was?
Right. Say right here.
And for the record, you are pointing to an area that is, I believe, on 59th Street, just east of Sheridan Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on this map,
10
there's a
minutes
label
later, he
there of
pans
one of
over.
the car source locations at that intersection, at that corner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Gotta be
You
real
described
careful
one of the
not to
car source
overpan to the
locations
jury.
as one that had been affected by the events of the previous night. And I'm not sure what word you exactly used, but can you describe for us when you were at that particular car source location, which is on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, what did you observe?
Every car was burnt to ash. There's a lot of garbage and graffiti everywhere.
Now, there's a structure on that property, an office of some sort. Did you observe that office as well?
Yes, it was burnt down.
Did you look inside?
No.
Is it fair to say that every car in that lot was burned to the chassis almost?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated you parked near there and looked at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
From then we walked to, which is now Harborside.
And on that map, can you show us where that would be?
I don't know if it's on the map exactly, but it would be more south up there.
When you say south, you mean actually north?
South up there is
Yeah.
weird.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So you're talking about the area near Ruther High School,
Yes.
which would be right across the square from where we're at right now.
Yes.
And why was it that you walked in that direction?
We noticed there was people cleaning the graffiti, and that was my old school, so we decided to go help.
Did you help?
Yes.
And what did you do to help?
Scrub the walls.
Did the defendant help as well?
Yes.
And how much time did you spend doing that?
I want to say 2 hours, about 2.5 hours.
Did you have any supplies on your own to use to clean, or did people already have some?
They had some. I personally left by myself to go get sandpaper, and then I came back to try it.
I've never tried to clean graffiti off a wall. How does it work?
Not very well.
No, I appreciate your efforts. What happened then after that?
From then we went back to the house and went home.
So you got back in your car and drove back to your house,
Yes.
and your brother came along.
Yes.
What happened then?
From then, that's when we ended up getting the guns.
Now, we talked earlier about a time in which the defendant came upstairs into the kitchen with his gun. He started to gather some medical supplies. Are we at that point in the chronology?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure I've got
So
everything
we went
in
back
order.
to get our guns.
Then
But I don't know how he
let's
got
go
his.
forward from there. What happened after the defendant was gathering medical supplies? He had the gun in the kitchen. What happened then?
As soon as we were ready, we went down to the lake, and that's when we parked at Nick Smith's house.
And I don't know if it is on that map or not. Is his house located somewhere in that area?
Yeah, it's not on the map, but it would be if the map was up more.
Okay. If the map was up
If the
more?
map were up more, yes.
So your friend Nick Smith lives somewhere near this area. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, behind Ruther.
And you went to his house. Is that right?
Yes.
Who came with you?
Just me and Kyle.
Did you have your guns?
Yes.
Did you have any ammunition for your gun?
Yes.
You personally?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
We've had some discussions at various points already in this case about a strap or some sort of device for retaining the gun. Did you have that type of item with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant?
Yes.
Do you know how those were, how you acquired those?
Yes, from Jelinski's.
When did you do that?
I want to say the middle of that day, in between us getting back from cleaning up graffiti and before we left.
So earlier you described coming down, looking at the burnt out car source location, going over to Harborside or Ruther and cleaning up some graffiti, and then leaving the downtown area. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that when you went to Jelinski's?
We did stop at the house first, and then I believe it was like an hour until we did go to Jelinski's.
When you say we, who all went to Jelinski's?
Just me and Kyle.
What was your purpose in going there?
To get a sling.
Why did you want a sling?
So we didn't have to hold it the entire time we were walking.
Do you recall if you and the defendant both got the same kind of sling?
Yes, we did.
Who actually went in and purchased the sling?
Kyle.
And after that, leaving Jelinski's, did you then go back home again?
Yes.
And that's when you acquired, or the defendant acquired the gun and the medical supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you said you came back down to the lakefront. Is that
It's
right?
making this timeline
Yes.
real confusing.
Where did you go when you came
I
back?
swear Kyle's gotten the gun
We
like
went
4
to
times
Nick
now.
Smith's, and then we met him at the Ruther parking lot. And from then on, we walked to the car's first location.
Now, I want to stop you for a second because you made a mention earlier of the owner of CarSource. Do you know that person's name?
I believe his name was Sam.
When, if at all, did you encounter him on that particular day?
We encountered him twice that day. The first time when we were cleaning graffiti on our way back to the car, when we were leaving, we stopped and talked to him. And then after we had met with Nick later that day, he had brought us to CarSource to meet with him again.
So let's talk about the first time. You described cleaning graffiti at Ruther, which is kind of at the north end of this map. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then you encountered this Sam on your way back to your car, which I believe you said was parked at 58th and Sheridan by that first CarSource location.
Yes.
Where in that process did you physically meet Sam?
On the corner next to CarSource, not the one that had originally got burnt down, but the next one over across the street.
Can you please use your pointer to show us where that was?
Don't bother panning, cameraman. You're not going to make it.
Corner right there.
You're pointing to the southwest corner of the intersection of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you, at this particular moment when you were meeting with Sam that day, did you observe the condition of that particular CarSource location?
Yes.
How did it appear to you?
It wasn't entirely destroyed, but there were some cars that were damaged.
When you say damaged, what did the damage look like?
Like kicked in doors and hoods and shattered windshields.
Did there appear to be any fire damage?
No.
What about the building? Did you make any observations of that?
It was just boarded up.
And when you talked to Sam that first time, this first conversation, what did you talk about?
We basically just talked about the defamation that he had in his the one that had actually burned down, and how much money he lost, and how deeply he would be in case all his other buildings did burn down.
And was there anything more that you talked about with him?
We did exchange phone numbers in case he needed any help.
Did you feel at that point like you wanted to help him?
I mean, my help was definitely there, but I didn't offer any help at that point.
Do you know if the defendant did?
I'm unaware.
And when you say exchange phone numbers with Sam, did you personally give him your number?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
I really don't
And
care
then you
about
said-
your plans.
We're going to fast forward a little bit because we covered some of the intervening time period. You said at some point you came back down later, you parked at Nick Smith's house, and I think you said you went to the Ruther parking lot,
Yes.
and then at some point you said you went down to CarSource. Is that right?
Yes.
Which CarSource did you go
Rude.
to after you left the Ruther parking lot?
The one that would be closest to Ruther, on the same side of Sheridan.
Is it that same one we were just talking about on the southwest corner of 59th?
Yes.
Now, do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you came back downtown?
I have no interest.
Say
in
around 5
fighting
p.m.
fair.
And you and the defendant both had your guns with you
Yes.
and those straps,
Yes.
and I believe you said you had ammo too.
Yes.
When you met with Nick Smith in the Ruther parking lot, was there anyone else there besides the three of you?
There was some other people that we didn't know that had also showed up.
And from there, you said you walked to the CarSource at 59th and Sheridan.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
We were kind of just following Nick. About halfway there, we found out that we were meeting the owner Sam again.
Did you actually meet the owner Sam again?
We met his brother, so the other owner.
Where physically on that map can you use the pointer to show us where you actually met with the brother? So you're pointing again to that same CarSource at 59th and Sheridan
Yes.
on the southwest corner?
Yes.
Was when you met with him, do you remember, were you in the building? Were you outside?
We were outside.
Do you remember what you talked about?
We just talked about pretty much how to get in if we needed to, and then Nick had brought up if there was any way to get on the roof, and if there was any keys we needed to get inside.
Why were you having this discussion with the brother at that time?
Pretty much just to know where to stand, to make sure that a lot of us were safe and what we were allowed to do, and if we were allowed to go inside the building in case something happened.
So it sounds like there was some discussion of physically staying at that location.
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the locations we didn't want to end up burning down.
Was it your intention then to stay and protect that car source location?
Yes.
Was that something that the defendant was also planning to do, as far as you know?
Yes.
What about Nick Smith? Him too?
Yes.
Now, when the three of you, the defendant, and Nick Smith meet with this brother at that car source at that time, was there anyone else involved in protecting that location at that time?
Just the people we had previously met with at Ruther. They weren't exactly in the conversation with who was going where at the time.
What happened after you met with the brother at that car source?
Me, Kyle, and Nick had got a ride from the brother to the, I want to say,
that Wisconsin
south
grammar there
location, and then he had dropped us off there.
Could you please use your laser pointer to show us on the map where this south location is that you're talking about? And you're pointing to the car source location that is at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
And you said the brother gave you a ride in his car down there?
Yes.
When you got down there, did the brother stick around or did he leave?
He stayed for about 30 minutes and then he left.
Did you meet with anyone else down there?
Yeah, that's when a lot of people that we didn't really know had came from out of town and other cities to come help.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you remember the names of any of those people?
Very few.
What was going to be the plan for that night?
The plan was to have a decent amount of us split up between the two locations and then kind of stay there to make sure nothing bad happened.
Which location were you going to go to?
The one closest to Ruther.
The one up at 59th?
Yes.
What about the defendant?
He was going with me.
So the two of you were going to be assigned to protect the 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Was there another group that was going to be assigned to guard the 63rd Street car source?
Yes.
Do you know who any of those people were?
No.
Were those people there in person when you guys were making these plans?
Yes.
So as far as you could tell, everybody understood who was going to be at one location and who was going to be at the other?
Yes.
What did you do next?
Then we walked to the car source location closest to Ruther.
Once you got there, is that where you personally stayed for the rest of the night?
Yes.
And again, you had your gun.
Yes.
And the defendant had his as well.
Yes.
Tell us about what you did when you were at 59th Street car source.
I had climbed the ladder and got on the roof of the building to kind of just watch out for people, and that's kind of where I stayed all night.
Why did you decide to go up on the roof?
I kind of didn't want to be in the mix of a lot of problems. I didn't want to, I didn't want to get hurt. I didn't want to cause any problems. Figured it would be a lot safer up on top.
So what were you going to do?
Why did you bring your gun?
In case something bad did happen and I needed to protect myself.
When you say something bad happened, what were you worried about happening?
Anything. Being shot at, somebody coming up on the roof. I mean, there's a ladder in the back, so anybody could get up. Anything.
So if someone climbed up on the roof, were you going to use that gun?
Not really. I mean, it depends what they were doing.
You talked about not wanting to be on the ground because of your concern about things happening on the ground. Did you feel that if you stayed on the ground, you would be in greater danger?
Yes.
Why was that?
People could easily get access to hurting me or coming up closer to me.
When you say people, what were you worried about?
Anyone riding, anybody that was there for the wrong intentions.
So what got it in your mind that night that you felt there would be people out on the street that would want to hurt you if you were down on the ground?
I had heard about the previous night and how it was, and I knew that there was a lot of people fighting each other and a lot of violence. So I felt it would be best that I went there if I was going to go there, making sure that I could protect myself if I needed to.
But you were also there to protect the car source location.
Yes.
How were you going to do that from up on the roof?
I'm helping anybody else that was there. I'm spotting people that were throwing things.
And then what? If you see somebody throwing something, you had a gun, were you planning on shooting them?
No. I mean, when somebody sees a weapon, you know, they're not going to want to start any problems, obviously. If I see somebody with a weapon, I'm not going to want to initiate a problem.
Was it part of your thought process that night that by having the type of weapon you did, that it would deter others from attacking you?
That's fair to say.
Were there others in your group at 59th Street Car Source besides the defendant who were similarly armed?
Yes.
How many?
Everybody except for one person.
And when you say everybody, how many people are we talking about?
6 or 7.
So it's fair to say that there were, other than you and the defendant, there were another 6 or 7 people that were all carrying AR-15 type weapons.
Yes.
When you were up on the roof that night, what observations, if any, did you make about the crowd and what was going on the ground?
There's a lot of violence, a lot of screaming, a lot of people throwing things. You could definitely tell that people weren't just there for the reason they were. It wasn't a safe place to be.
For the reason they were.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about the timing
Really
of
anxious
that
for
evening.
cross on this kid.
And I'll represent to you that at some point in the evening there were crowds right out front of this courthouse, and then there were crowds that were pushed south on Sheridan. Do you remember anything like that?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your own words, when you first got to Car Source at 59th Street, was there a lot of people out in front of the building on the street?
No.
Did that change?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Later through on the night, the crowd got pushed back closer and closer to us.
And we say pushed back. Who was pushing them back?
The police.
And how were they doing that?
With the big trucks and, you know, a lot of rubber bullets. And
the crowd that was being pushed back, what was their behavior like when they passed in front of your location?
Very violent, very upset.
When you say violent, can you give us examples of the type of violence you saw?
Saying a lot of threats, throwing a lot of things, a lot of things along the lines of that.
And when you say they would say a lot of threats, who were those threats directed at?
Us, the police, sometimes even people in the crowd.
Do you have any idea why the people out on the street would make any threats to your group?
I have no idea.
Did you ever see
Wants them to say 'cause they had
anyone
guns.
actually injured as a result of any of this violence that you've talked about?
No.
Did you see anyone shoot at anyone else?
No.
Did you ever consider using your gun to shoot at anyone?
No.
Was there a time in
Were you
which
chased by a
you
pedophile?
and the other members of your group observed people on the lot to the north of that location, which is marked on that map as St. James Church? Was there a time when you saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just use your laser pointer and point at that St. James Church for us, please? Okay, and that's on the north side of 59th, on the northwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, 59th. Now, on this map, which is a printout from a satellite, there's a structure there next to St. James Church. Was that structure standing on the night of August 25th, 2020?
No.
What was the condition of that lot?
A bunch of rubble and concrete blocks.
Now, I asked you about whether you saw folks on that lot, and I believe you said you did. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you observe about those people?
They were obviously hiding. It was pitch black outside. We couldn't see anything besides a lot of shadows hiding behind the rocks.
What action, if any, did you and the other members of your group take as a result of seeing those people hiding?
We all started yelling, telling them to stop hiding and to go away.
Did you take any physical action with your gun towards them?
We were ready in case they did have guns.
And when you say you were ready, what exactly did you do with your gun?
We had aimed them
You would point your gun at those people?
in the direction.
Did the defendant do that?
Oh,
I am unaware.
so other people
didn't
felt
see the
threatened enough
defendant
to
point his
raise a
gun at
gun
those
and aim it.
people?
No, I was looking at the construction site.
And you said you saw people hiding and you didn't know whether they had guns or not?
Not until the very end.
What did you see in the very end?
As soon as they did come from hiding, they started running, and I noticed one of the people did have a gun.
What type of gun?
It looks like a similar weapon to the one me and Kyle had.
When you say you saw them running, where were they running?
They were running, I want to say west towards the lake across Sheridan.
And you said it was dark. You said you eventually saw them with a gun. When they were in that lot north of you, did you see anyone point a gun at you?
No.
Did you see anyone with a gun at that particular moment?
No.
Did anyone fire any shots?
No.
And I believe you said earlier, during this entire evening, you stayed up on the roof the whole time.
Yes.
Did you ever get down and wander off that 59th Street lot to go anywhere else?
No.
We have heard in this case, after the fact, that there were some individuals out on the street that night whose names are Anthony Huber, Joseph Rosenbaum, Gage Grosskreutz. I assume as you sit here today, you're familiar with those names.
Yes.
On that particular night, had you ever met any of those people before?
No.
Did you know any of their names?
No.
Have you since seen photographs of those people so you know what they look like?
Yes.
Thinking back to that night, did you see any of them?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Joseph Rosenbaum that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Anthony Huber that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Gage Grosskreutz that night?
No.
Now,
Kyle
I
would have
asked
stayed
you a
with
little
him.
bit
He wouldn't
about
have shot
what you
these
observed
people.
of the crowd on the street in front of this location.
And I'll just say it rather than type
Where was the
it. For
defendant?
those asking why the
That
prosecutor's
crowd was
asking
going
these questions, it appears to be
Um,
because everyone in the
Crowd
crowd
was
felt
like,
threatened, but only Kyle shot.
Was there
Therefore,
a
Kyle is
time in which
unreasonable.
the
That seems to be
defendant
where he's
was
going.
At 59th Street when there were protesters.
It's not the
out
best
in front of that
argument, but
location.
59.
No.
bad facts.
Your car source location.
I want to say previously right before
Right before what?
they had got to us.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe the defendant doing during that time?
I noticed that as soon as they did get to us, there was somebody that was hurt, and he went and helped them and brought them back into the building. And then as soon as they were all like bandaged up, he brought them out.
Do you know what sort of injury they had suffered?
I do not.
He
And
just
when
say
you
Kyle
you saw
rendered
them,
first aid to
go into
someone?
The building. Did you actually see with your own eyes them enter the building?
Yes.
And the supplies that the defendant had in his medic bag or something, did those all come from your residence?
Yes.
Now, there came a time in which the defendant was involved in some shootings that night, and we know that. What I want to ask is, what do you remember about that time period that we now know was the time of the shootings?
I remember that one of us had received information that one of the car source dealerships was being vandalized or people were trying to burn it down. Kyle was not able to make it back to us, our location. So either me or Nick called him and told him about what was happening. And then the last I saw of him was him running towards that direction. And then from then on, I just heard gunshots.
You don't remember if you
Now,
called him?
You said you heard some information about the 63rd Street car source. Where did that information come from?
I'm unaware of that.
And you said somebody received that information. Do you recall if that was you personally who received that information?
I don't exactly know if it was me or Nick.
And you said somebody contacted the defendant. Was that over the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
You've given a statement about this night already to the police. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I have talked previously with your attorney, Mr. Cotton, who's in the second row with the purple tie, about this situation, right?
Yes.
At no point did you mention to the police that you were the one who called the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at no point have you mentioned in our meetings that you were the one who called the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
You said you saw the defendant heading down and then you heard some gunshots. What is the next thing you remember about the defendant after that?
I didn't believe the gunshots were actually his until I got a phone call. And I answered it, and he just said, I shot somebody, and then hung up right away.
When did you see him next after that?
I want to say just a few minutes right after that.
Was that back at 59th Street?
Yeah, that was at the original location.
What observations, if any, did you make about the defendant when you saw him?
He was freaking out. He was really scared. He was pale, sweating a lot. You could tell he was just scared.
Did he say anything?
He wasn't really talking. He just said he had to do it. It was self-defense. People were trying to hurt him.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a gun?
No.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a knife?
No.
Did he ever say to you that anyone was trying to attack him with any sort of weapon?
No.
What happened after that?
After that, we kind of all tried to calm him down. There was some people yelling, but we kind of made the idea that he should turn himself in, but we couldn't do it in the one in Kenosha because there's people rioting at the front doors. So I took him home, and then we decided he should go turn himself in at the nearest police department.
When you say you took him home, did that mean you drove back down to Antioch?
Yes.
When you got down there, was anyone else at the defendant's residence?
No.
How long was it before anyone came back?
I want to say 5 to 10 minutes.
And who all came back at that point?
The rest of his family.
And that would be his mother and his two sisters?
Yes.
Was there any discussion at that time about what the defendant should do?
Leave. Get out of town.
To where?
One of their family's properties in either Michigan or West Virginia.
What was your reaction to that?
Said no, he should turn himself in.
Were you urging the defendant to not flee, but instead to go turn himself in?
Yes.
Did he follow your advice?
Yes.
He shook his head no and said yes. That's interesting. Or maybe I missed it.
A couple more things, Mr. Black. Do you know what the defendant's occupation was around the time of August of 2020?
A lifeguard at the Rexplex.
We've seen some videos. I'll represent to you that at various points on that evening, the defendant tells people that he is an EM.
Can you flee if you're not charged
Do you know anything about that?
I know he has some training in that type of thing.
Yes, it just might evince
But
consciousness
that's
of guilt,
kind
but
of most of my knowledge.
Do you know whether he had ever worked as a paramedic?
No.
Do you know whether he'd ever worked as an
No, you
EMT?
don't know?
No.
No, he didn't, or no, you don't know?
Now,
yeah, the question's a little
you
bit
have talked
ambiguous.
about the fact that there was an understanding between you and the defendant that because he was 17 years old, he could not legally possess a firearm. Is that correct?
Yes.
The jury has been told, I'll represent to you, that there's a charge against the defendant in this case for possession of a weapon by someone under the age of 18. Has the person who provided the gun to the defendant, which was used to kill other people, are you facing criminal charges?
Yes.
In fact, have I not personally drafted a criminal complaint against you, charging you with 2 felony counts of providing that gun to the defendant, which were used to kill 2 separate people? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is a case, a criminal case that I'm prosecuting that is still pending. Is that right?
Yes.
As a criminal defendant in that case, are you aware of the fact that you have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and not answer any questions about any of that?
Yes.
Have you decided
asked him
today
this earlier?
to come in front of this jury and tell us the truth about everything,
Yes.
despite your Fifth Amendment right?
Yes.
Have I made any promises to you about what might happen in your criminal case in exchange for your testimony today?
No.
You have an attorney here, Mr. Cotton, who is your attorney in that case. Is that right?
Yes.
You hadn't made any promises. Have you made any offers? If you're giving this kind of testimony without a promise, you're an idiot.
Yeah. Since you just basically, yeah.
I mean, he's admitted to at least one felony so far.
Yeah.
Confer, see if there's anything else I wanted to cover. Just a couple more things, Mr. Black, that I've neglected to mention. You mentioned that you observed that the defendant was pale and sweaty. I think you said freaking out.
Palm
when he
sweaty,
came
mom
back
spaghetti.
from the shootings that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
There was some red marks on his head, but besides that, no.
Did he say anything to you about any injuries that he suffered?
Just that his head hurt.
Finally, at one point in the evening, there's some indication on some videos that there might have been some folks behind the 59th Street car source, maybe throwing some rocks or something like that. Do you remember anything about that?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
Out of nowhere, there was like people behind us in the neighborhood throwing rocks at us on top of the roof.
What, if anything, did you do about that?
Tried to dodge them.
You had a gun, correct?
Yes.
Did you think about using that to defend yourself?
No.
Why not?
So they're just rocks. I mean, they were throwing them from a distance, so I didn't really feel like I was in like great bodily harm or being hurt.
Do you remember if the defendant
Sounded kind of
said or
coached
did
at this
anything
point.
in reaction to those folks?
No.
I have nothing further.
No,
Thank
he
you.
didn't, or no, I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examine?
Okay, prosecution was fine. Let's see what we got for cross.
This kid's testimony in general is baffling to me without a deal.
Yes, that too.
We need a bigger podium.
Gonna need a bigger podium.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. Sorry.
Dominic, excuse me, Mr. Black, I apologize. You knew Kyle Rittenhouse through his sister, Mackenzie.
Yes.
And when you were 18, 19, you were dating Mackenzie.
Yes.
And you and Kyle were good friends.
Yes.
And you referred to each other as brothers.
Yes.
And you talked about Kyle taking the gun out of your father's basement without permission. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so up until that point, according to your testimony, you knew nothing about Kyle taking the gun down to car source that night.
No, I was definitely aware of it. I kind of never really
Good way to
went
ask that.
into the inside my mind. I never really clicked that, you know, like, hey, he shouldn't have that.
No, what I'm getting at is whether it clicked at that point or not, it's your testimony to these 20 people from Kenosha County that you didn't know about it until he brought it up from the basement on August 25th.
Oh, yes.
You agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Then can you tell me why earlier in the date you guys did go to Jelensky's, correct?
Yes.
You drove to Jelensky's.
Bought 2 slings.
Well, this was after he had brought the gun up.
That's not what your testimony was on direct examination.
I don't think there was.
That's how it went.
Okay, so he brings the gun up, you go to Jelensky's, and then go right downtown. That's what your testimony is on cross-examination.
Yes.
Okay. Whose idea was it to go to Jelensky's?
I don't recall.
But you said Kyle went into Jelensky's alone.
Yes.
And you don't know why he was going into Jelensky's?
I knew why he was going in there.
Okay, why?
To get a sling.
Okay. And then out of the goodness of his heart, he bought you one?
The plan was for both of us to get one.
Okay. So you knew he was going there to get slings, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell him not to bring the gun, correct?
No.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse's gun.
Does he get to touch it?
That's funny, yeah. Look at this guy cannot wear suits.
Is your gun, correct?
Legally, yes.
And this is an optic on the top of that gun, correct?
Yes.
This optic, does it shoot a laser beam out of it?
Not out of it. I mean, it projects one inside of it. Yes.
Right. But if I were to point this gun, and obviously I can't do it here in a courtroom, but if I were to point this gun at you from here, there would be no red or green dot on your chest.
No.
This is the optic from Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. Do you need to see it?
No.
You agree that this is?
Yes.
This does not project a laser dot on you either, correct?
No.
So if someone said Kyle Rittenhouse,
no, it does not,
put a
or
laser from his
correct.
weapon on their chest, that's impossible, correct?
Correct.
Now,
that must be something from a
Mr.
later
Binger asked
testimony
you
he's trying
about
to
the
head off.
charges that you currently have pending against you, correct?
Yes.
And those charges are a result of you providing the gun to my client.
Yes.
And each of those is punishable by 6 years in the Wisconsin State Prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today, hoping that Mr. Binger will give you consideration on those charges and not send you to prison, correct?
Yes.
And you
Well,
just,
well, to be precise, Mr. Binger can't send him to prison. Mr. Binger can prosecute him, and a judge could send him to prison if he's found guilty.
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison.
True. And yes,
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're hoping that by you testifying, he doesn't make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
Probation.
There's no really assuming what I get out of this.
There's haven't been any promises made. I'm asking you what you're hoping.
I'm hoping for whatever the best is I get. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Your attorney, Mr. Cotton, he's met with you and Mr. Binger and the detectives?
Yes.
These are good questions.
When's the last time you guys met?
I want to say a few days before this date.
You didn't meet today?
Oh, I mean, yeah, we did meet today.
When's the last time before today? Last week sometime?
Yeah.
Okay. You're aware that I asked your attorney if you'd be willing to meet with me, correct?
No.
No?
Oh.
He's looking for some sort of contradictory statement, I think.
On August 26th of 2020, you were
It's mouthing an exhibit or something.
at the Antioch Police Department when Kyle turned himself in, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed in the early morning hours of August 26th by, I'm fine, Detective Antaramian.
Yes.
And he's the individual who's the second from closest to the jury, correct?
Yes.
You met with him for a little over an hour?
Yeah, it was well over an hour.
And that was when everything was fresh in your memory, correct?
Somewhat. I was very tired.
But it's
Yeah, it was
much nearer in time than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And you told him on that date, it was audio and videotape, what you remember, correct?
Yes.
We're going to get some of that playback coming.
Get a little impeachment going on.
Do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian and telling him whose idea it was to go to Car Source to protect the property?
Yes.
Was it, I'm going to give you three choices, yours, Kyle's, or Nick Smith's?
Nick Smith's.
Uh-oh. Is he going to just...
When you got to Car Source,
Does he not have it?
After he had stopped at Jelinski's, you meet with Nick Smith?
Yes.
And you knew that Nick had worked at CarSource?
Yeah.
And he introduced you guys to Sam and to his brother.
I wouldn't say introduced. We had met Sam previously that day, but his brother we had not met.
A lot of buildup in these questions. I'm waiting for a payoff.
Getting something marked as an exhibit.
Despite all the room that he has, it looks like he is just trying to weave his way through a crowded area.
Defendants 30. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the second location we went to when Sam, I don't remember if it was Sam or his brother, had given us a ride, me, Kyle, and Nick, to the location that would be more north. And that's where we met up with a lot of people that we really didn't know.
Okay, that would be CarSource at 63rd and Sheridan.
The one right down here.
Right here.
Yes.
Sheridan and 63rd.
Okay.
Right? The far right of that photograph, who is that depicted in the photo?
The far right?
Far left, where I'm pointing. I'm sorry.
The co-owner of CarSource?
So is that Sam or is that his brother?
I believe that's his brother.
Okay. Where are you in this picture?
The far right.
The far right?
Yes.
Who's standing next to you?
Kyle.
And what's in front of Kyle's feet?
First aid box?
Okay. That's a first aid box that is different from his first aid pack that he wears on his side, correct?
Yes.
Where is Nick Smith in this photograph?
He is two people to the left of Kyle wearing the white hat.
Okay, so he's got a white hat with a cross on it? Yes?
Yes.
Now, you know the owner, you know Nick, and you know Kyle. Everybody else in that photograph, had you ever seen them before that day?
No.
Did you have any plan of ever meeting up with those individuals to help protect CarSource?
No.
They just came along when you were at CarSource and offered their services to help, correct?
Yes.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yes, it's somewhat clear.
Okay. And who is Ryan Balch today to you?
I never really got to meet him a whole lot. He is one of the people that showed up randomly or unexpectedly.
And you talk about you wanting to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
You told Nick Smith you wanted Kyle to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
And Nick Smith said, no, we wanted Kyle on the ground
Yes.
because he's a medic and he can provide services, correct?
Yes.
You saw Kyle fix somebody's hand who had a big gash in it.
Yes.
You saw him give aid to a woman who had been shot by a gas ball.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. You saw Kyle going out with other individuals in that picture, Exhibit 30, and put out some fires, correct?
Yes.
And did you see anybody that evening starting any fires?
Plenty of people.
Plenty of people starting fires?
Yes.
Did you see the individuals who took the trailer from the lot of rubble, put it out in the street, and started on fire?
I did not see that.
You didn't watch that?
No.
Weren't paying attention?
I don't know if I don't remember or if I missed it.
Okay. What about the porta potty?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Describe that.
People were tipping over a porta potty and lighting it on fire.
Gross.
And
Ugh.
you can't, as you sit here today, say who did that, but you know what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum did or didn't do because you weren't paying attention to him.
Yes.
You don't know whether Mr. Rosenbaum, let me ask it this way, simpler. You know of nothing that happened down at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road CarSource.
No.
Couldn't see it.
No.
Even though you're on the roof.
Yep.
Now, I'll answer it this way. Kyle's phone records of you calling him and sending him down to car source 3. You don't dispute that, do you?
I don't remember it.
I'm not. If his phone records say he got a phone call from Nick Smith, you don't dispute that.
Wait, what?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. And the whole idea was to send Kyle down to car source 3, the 63rd Street car source, because you guys had received a report that the people who were supposed to be protecting it had left, correct?
Yes.
And the property was being destroyed.
Yes.
You didn't know that Kyle had been separated from Mr. Balch at that point.
I did not.
So you tell him to go down there and protect that property because the cars are being bashed in, correct?
Yes.
It was either you or Nick Smith.
Yes.
And from where you were, you could see Kyle going down in that direction.
Yes.
And it wasn't the second he goes down there, you hear shots. He goes out of your view. There's a fairly lengthy period of time. You hear a gunshot, and then you hear a series of more gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And you, from where you were, could not see what happened to Kyle at the second incident, correct?
Yes.
Did not see.
I did not see.
And eventually, Kyle comes back in to your vision, correct?
Yes.
What did you observe Kyle doing as he approached? Well, let me ask you this. Where was he first?
Where I first saw him was kind of against a tree line. It was more in front of the Ultimate gas station. And I saw him walking with his gun hanging down, and he had his hands up. And then I watched him walk up to a police car and then step away.
Okay.
And then
Describe what he's doing as he's going up to that police car.
I can't hear anything, but I could tell he was yelling.
Okay.
I don't know what he was yelling.
Where
But,
were his hands?
In the air.
Okay. And you saw him walk up to the police car.
Yes.
You don't hear anything, but does Kyle stay and go up to the car? What's his next movement?
He walks up to the car, and very quickly he jumps back.
Okay, like somebody told him to get back?
Yeah.
Because he walked up there voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
And then he quickly steps back.
Yes.
And he then makes his way back to car source number 2, correct?
Yes.
And he goes to that location. You guys meet up outside. You come down the ladder.
Yes, I come down the ladder. By the time I had got inside the building, he was already sitting in there.
Okay.
So they had to open the doors for him and let him in.
Okay. And you described him on August 25th, the morning of the 26th, I apologize, to Detective Antiranium as sweating like a pig. Do you remember using those words?
Yes.
White as a ghost?
Yes.
And hysterical.
Yes.
He told you he shot somebody?
Yes.
Told you he had to shoot somebody?
Yes.
With self-defense?
Yes.
Hadn't met with a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Hadn't talked with anybody about his story. He's telling you right that day what happened.
Yes.
And you don't want to take him to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Why not?
It's impossible.
You can't get to it,
Yeah,
correct?
you can't.
And if you guys walked up there with guns, you'd be targeted, correct?
Yeah.
And you agree to go home to Kyle's residence, and he'll turn himself into the police there.
Yes.
And he did turn himself into the police
Yes.
an hour and a half after you finally saw him at the car source, correct?
About that time, yes.
1:20 a.m. That's what the video shows. You don't dispute that.
No.
And you talk about discussions whether or not he should leave. That was his mother who was making those discussions, correct?
Yes.
Kyle wanted to turn himself in, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, you did.
Very good.
And eventually you were asked to come down to the police department, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked to come down to the police department, you brought the guns.
No. The police had met us there at the apartment, and then they took them.
Okay. And then you drive then down to the police department
Yes.
with Kyle's 2 sisters.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
And shortly after you get there, that's when that first interview happens with you, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you are worried about the fact that you had given Kyle the gun, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to your girlfriend, his sister, at the police department and asked about coming up with a story to protect you regarding the guns, correct?
I do not remember that.
If she said it happened, you wouldn't disagree, correct?
I would disagree.
Okay. And
That's interesting. That was a sneaky move.
Detective Antaranian asking you a
Uncomfortable,
question
I would
on the
disagree.
morning of the 26th. So when did you first see the gun? You. About when we were getting into the car, when we walked outside the house. Detective Antaranian. Okay. Did you talk to him about it at all? No. I had a lot of stuff on my mind. You remember that exchange?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing bad had happened at that point, correct?
Correct.
So what did you have on your mind that was interfering with you saying, hey, Kyle, don't take the gun?
Kind of scared to go down there, not knowing what to expect.
You wanted Kyle to have the gun, correct?
That wasn't really an opinion in my mind at all.
You wanted a gun.
Personally, for myself, yes.
You had no objection or voiced no objection to Kyle, your brother, having the gun, correct?
It wasn't a thought in my mind.
Well, he walks out of the house with an AR-15, and you don't say boo, correct?
I didn't say anything, correct?
And you had the ability to speak.
Yes.
If you wanted to object, you could have said something to Kyle, correct?
Yes, I could have.
And you didn't.
No.
Because you wanted him to have the gun for protection.
Not that reason exactly.
You wanted a gun for protection.
Yes.
Not bad.
That's
Not
well
bad.
played by him.
Nice save.
This is a statement that you made to Detective Antaranian on the morning of the 26th. But that's what I knew of it. Basically, we go down there and we walk up, and it's coincidental. We walk up and there's Sam, and I'm like, oh, Sam, I just met you not long ago or whatever. And he gives Nick keys to the building and showed him where the ladder was, correct?
Yes.
You guys had permission to be there.
Yes.
He wanted you to protect his property.
Yes.
And he wanted protection at the 59th Street address and the 63rd Street address.
Yes.
And once you found out there wasn't any protection at the 63rd Street address, you sent Kyle down there, correct?
Yes.
Nice. Shows why Kyle moved to locations. Very good.
He's also subtly had this kid admit to sending Kyle down there.
And
not Nick Smith, but himself.
initially,
Twice.
Nick was acting like he was in control of everything, correct?
Yes.
And he was leading the people from the West Bend area who you didn't know, like he was even the owner of Car Source, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't, correct?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaranian the only person I saw actually help people was Kyle?
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
He might not have been a trained EMT, but he was providing first aid.
Yes.
And that big orange box in Exhibit 30 that I showed you, that was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came from, if I'm being honest.
Do you remember telling
The only person to help.
Detective Antaranian the only person I saw actually help people was Kyle?
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
He might not have been a trained EMT, but he was
Okay.
providing first
Listen
aid.
to this again.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Video
thought I
just
saw
looped
this.
back.
I thought I saw the stream
Orange
blink out.
box in Exhibit
Yeah.
30 that I showed you. That was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came from, if I'm being honest.
Water bottle, and then poof. Detective Antaramian, what?
I missed it.
The bottle hit you? No, it was actually, I was on the roof, but the wind was blowing towards me, so it was a bunch of just like a tear gas bomb. Just a bunch of smoke in the air. It came towards me, and my eyes started to burn. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So they were throwing gas bombs at you on the roof.
Yes.
There were gas bombs on the ground.
Yes.
Now, do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian about somebody on the roof who was upsetting you because he was taking a laser pointer, not on a gun, but a laser pointer and pointing it at people?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, that wasn't Kyle, correct? Because he was never on the roof.
Correct.
Now, who was that?
One of the people that came from out of town. He was about in mid-30s, I want to say mid-40s. He was on the...
Is he depicted in Exhibit 30? If you have to walk closer, go ahead.
I will have revenge for Zendikar.
I don't think I see him.
Retribution.
No, I don't believe so.
But it was a laser pointer, and the individual would point to demonstrators, rioters, correct?
Yes.
That upset them?
Yes.
Because it was pointing them out.
Yes.
And it also upset them because they could have thought it was a weapon.
Yes.
And you told him to stop.
Yes.
And he just kept laughing about it.
Yes.
Detective Antaramian asking you on the 26th, okay, anyone have inaudible? Kyle, he disappears out of view. You. Nick somehow finds out that there's nobody there, and there's people trying to break cars. And he tells Kyle and the other dude that he was on the ground with to go over there. So did he tell him this in person or on the phone? Phone. Do you remember that?
It was on the phone.
But you're not sure who called?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Later on in that same interview, you speaking.
Let me demonstrate the
He was
power
actually on the
of
roof at that point.
then act.
Nick kept on going up and down, up and down. He called Kyle. Before he called Kyle, he told me, like, there's nobody there. They're trying to set cars on fire. I was like, oh crap, oh crap. And he called Kyle, and he tells him, and then Kyle starts running, and he bolts for it. You remember telling the detective that?
Yes, no, I do.
And you
So now
stated you
Nick
saw him
called
run
Kyle.
from the gas station, correct?
Yes.
Could you see the fire extinguisher in his hands?
I
Yes.
need some time alone.
Because you're only, if you're on the roof of the car source number 2, you're like one block from 60, not one block, less than a half a block from 60th and Sheridan Road, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You had a clear line of sight directly to the ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Detective Howard to you on the 26th. What makes Ryan supposed to be with Kyle? Why do you say that? I wouldn't say supposed to, but they were with each other the entire night. Every time Kyle left, so did he. So they were always together.
Yes.
And when they're going out to provide medical attention to people, they're going out with the buddy system. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair.
And when Kyle would go out and put out fires that were going on, he would go with somebody else, the buddy system, correct?
Oh, this is
Yes.
good.
There was a time where he left with the female, Joanne Fiedler, with the white helmet, and went and put out a fire by the church. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And you stated, so I figured they wanted to team up and go out and help people,
Yes.
telling the detective.
Ask why they went out in pairs. Establish that Kyle would get scared when he's alone.
Question you on the 26th. Asking you if you remember this. Okay, so then at some point you guys, I guess, and I'm not trying to make you look worse, but I want to make sure I'm factually accurate here. I mean, the fact that he buys the sling for his gun, it's likely he's going out to take it with him that night. Well, the intent was to buy a sling for me. You remember that exchange?
I do not.
But even Detective Antaramian questioned you about the sling and the timing of it, correct?
Yes.
And how hard was it to attach those slings?
I don't really recall.
Do you remember the detectives wanting your telephone?
My phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Didn't they talk to you? And I'm reading from Detective Howard at that same interview. So we're just going to apply for a search warrant. But absolutely, as it's laid out in that form, you have the right to refuse. Dominic Black. Okay, so I'm not understanding as far as what I believe. I believe I'm going to be here for a while. Okay? And I have not talked to the authorities yet, so I don't know. Do you remember the discussion about that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And they wanted to download your phone, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And eventually you said to him, fine, you can download my phone. I don't have anything to hide.
Yes.
Good move.
Now,
terrible move in my opinion, but
yeah, it's a terrible move.
Never make them get the warrant. Always make them get the warrant.
and that interview regarding the incident regarding your phone, and I'm sorry if I misled you, that was the November 6th incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you were already under arrest.
Yes.
And the detective, both detectives interviewed you that night.
Yes.
And when you were in that interview, as it was wrapping up, they told you to have your lawyer, who was a different lawyer than Mr. Cotton at the time, reach out to Mr. Binger. He needed to talk to him about working something out.
Yes.
Okay. And from that day, they wanted you as a witness, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say from that day, no.
Okay. Your trial on your charges was set back in September, correct?
I don't exactly recall.
Looking to his lawyer for a nod.
Not trying to trip you up on dates. Your trial on these charges, which Mr. Binger is prosecuting you for, was before today.
Yes.
Okay. About a month and a half ago?
Yes.
Okay. And you, your lawyer, and Mr. Binger walked into this courtroom and asked that the matter be set over until January of 2022.
Yes.
After you testified here today, correct?
Yes.
Hopefully the jury's listening to this. His testimony in favor of the state is entirely suspect.
August 25th, 2020, that gun that Kyle Rittenhouse possessed on the night in question had never left the state of Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
And you guys had the gun and you took it to Illinois so he could turn himself into the police.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Kyle did the taking off graffiti, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the late morning, right around lunchtime of the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And in that photograph is you, your stepfather, and your girlfriend, Mackenzie, correct?
Which photograph?
The photograph of this photograph right here.
My stepfather isn't in that picture.
He's not in that one?
No, it'd be my brother, and then Kyle and Mackenzie.
Okay.
Look
So,
at this photograph.
You are where?
It's not in that picture at all.
He's not.
Might have been when I left to go get like the sandpaper.
Okay. And Kyle's wearing the olive green shirt with his hat turned backwards.
Yes.
And who's that standing next to him?
Mackenzie?
Okay. And you guys had spent the night before at your dad's house, correct?
I'm not aware of where he slept. I don't really remember.
Could have slept at your house?
He could have.
And Mackenzie slept at your house that night.
I'm not aware. I can't remember.
Do you remember watching live streams of the riots?
No, I do not.
Did your dad talk to you about the riots and that's the reason he got the guns out?
He did previously that night, yes.
Do you remember him talking to you as you told the detectives that there was a plan to board up the windows if the rioters came?
Yes.
Okay. So all that was going on, you're aware of it.
Yes.
And when you guys are target shooting up north, there was nothing strange about that, correct?
No.
Kyle handled the gun appropriately,
Yes.
and he shot at those small little, you're saying clay pigeons,
Yes.
about 4 inches in diameter?
Yep.
You shot at the same things?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
This is a good cross.
Mm-hmm. Very
stuff
good
for Kyle.
cross.
Up where that left off there, sounds like there was a plan with your father to have the guns available, board up windows to protect the house that you live in. Is that right?
Yes.
But you decided on the night of the 25th to leave home and go downtown to protect car source. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you stay home? Protect your house.
The riots had been going on for a while. The house had been ready to be boarded up. All the guns have been out for, I want to say, ever since the riots started, and nothing happened. I felt that the house would be safe.
The timing of all of this, if I understand you correctly, is on Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon, 4 o'clock or so about, is when you and the defendant take the guns from your house and come downtown.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
You were somehow aware of stuff that had happened on Monday night and on Sunday night, right?
Yes.
That's part of the reason why you went downtown.
Yes.
But you decided at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon there was no danger to your house that night?
I mean, I kind of figured, it's not just me that would be staying at the house. I have a lot of brothers that live there. It wasn't entirely my responsibility to make sure that the house was safe. I felt that it was safe. Nobody was going to harm the house. Nothing in the area had happened.
Okay. On this particular evening, when you're at the car source at 59th and you're up on the roof, where was Nick Smith during that evening?
He was up and down. So he was on the ground, he was on the roof, he was inside the building.
Did he ever have a gun that night?
I believe so. To the best of my memory, I think he did.
Do you remember if he had it the whole evening or just a short period of time?
I don't remember.
Is it fair to say that Nick Smith stayed at that location physically the whole night?
Yes.
And you did too?
Yes.
You've been asked by me, you've been asked by Attorney Richards, several variations of the same question. And I don't know that I think we've done some. Who told the defendant to go to 63rd Street Car Source?
I'm not 100% certain.
Wasn't that you?
No, it's been both him and Nick Smith so far.
At any point that evening, did you personally receive information from any other person that there were problems at the 63rd Street Car Source?
The only person I figured that out from was Nick Smith.
Do you know where he got that information?
I do not.
to your knowledge, did he physically ever go down to 63rd Street after you got to 59th? You know, when you finally got all set up, did he ever leave later in the evening to go check and see what was happening at 63rd Street Car Source in person?
No.
You said at some point in the evening, someone up on the roof was using a laser pointer to aim at the crowd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about something like this, shining it on a person. Is that right?
Yes, but a lot bigger.
Okay. Was it your understanding that the people who had this pointed at him felt like that was a gun
Yes.
pointed at him? You were
Speculative.
telling us that it wasn't actually a gun, but the people on the ground thought it was.
Yes.
Speculative.
And you were upset by that.
Yes.
Why?
Because you shouldn't be doing that. There's no reason for it. And it's drawing attention towards us.
I'm still
Did
curious
you
what the
feel
relevance
that
of
it
this
wasn't
laser pointer from the
appropriate
roof
for
is.
anyone on the roof or on the ground to be pointing a gun at anyone?
I think the
No,
reason
I
it's rational.
really
I
feel
think
like that
someone
was
is testifying that
necessary at all.
Kyle did it, so we have to establish who else did it.
Stated my question. Let me just
think.
make sure I'm clear
Here
on
we go.
that.
Hold on.
Would you agree with me that it was not appropriate for the members in your group to be pointing their guns at people?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier, when I was asking you questions, that someone was throwing rocks. You said in response to Mr. Richards' questions that someone was throwing some sort of water bottle or gas bomb up on the roof. Is that right?
Yes.
When these folks were doing these things to you and the other members of your group, did you point a gun at anyone?
No.
Did you fire at anyone?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no need to. I mean,
Did you feel that by these people throwing rocks at you or throwing a gas bomb at you, that you were in danger?
Pain, yes, but not danger. I knew it wasn't going to kill me.
So you felt like it wasn't enough to use deadly force?
Correct.
You were asked some questions about the discussions that you and I have had during the lead up to this case. Have I ever put any words in your mouth?
No.
What was the number one rule that I told you that I wanted from you when you testified?
Nothing but the truth.
Final question I have for you.
Sorry.
Those slings, you were asked about how hard those slings were to attach to your body. And I forget, what did you say about that?
I don't truly remember.
Once they were attached to your body, did they hold that gun sort of dangling in front of you?
Yes.
Could we show that photograph of them? Okay. I'll that's okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. May I approach on it? I've got this photograph that you've already seen. It's exhibit number 30, and it's showing you and the other individuals at the 63rd Street Car Source. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you wearing the sling in that photograph?
Yes, it appears.
And is that sling holding that gun in the front portion of your body?
Yes.
Does the defendant have his sling on with his gun being held similar to you?
Yes.
Was that sling strong enough to hold the weight of that gun?
Yes.
He's trying to establish that with the
Was
sling
that
on,
strong-
Kyle
was that
couldn't be
sling
in
strong
fear of
enough
someone
so that if
taking
someone
his
tried
gun,
to pull that gun away,
which is
the
stupid.
gun would be held to your body?
Yes.
I have
Oh,
nothing
really?
further.
You redirect, or recross rather?
I would move exhibit 30.
Is there an objection?
No.
Received. You may step down, sir.
You're not an
Let's take
expert
a
on
break.
sling tension strength,
Let's,
are you?
Aim for about 20 after. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
Okay, so we have a couple minutes to talk about it.
Yeah.
On the whole,
oh,
I thought both sides did very well.
yeah, they're doing fine getting their stuff out there. I think the back and forth. To me, the most interesting part is the back and forth on the. That's Huber's dad back there. I just saw him.
Mm-hmm.
On the back and forth on the potential of not a plea agreement, but a plea inference or a deal inference at sentencing or for a plea. Binger tried to weasel his way. Well, we haven't made an agreement yet. But then what was interesting to me is that Richard says, well, did your lawyer, you know that I asked your lawyer if we could talk, right? And he's like, no, I didn't know that. It's like, oh, that's kind of interesting. That to me is, and I don't know if the jury sees it this way, but that to me says, okay, yeah, you got a lawyer who's not communicating with his client about these sort of conversations. The client may not be too privy to what the prosecutor's saying, but there could be some deals going on between the prosecution and this lawyer. That was what I got out of it. But that to me was a very interesting portion of it.
Yeah, and there was that one where he's like, oh, really, to some question. I thought, oh, we're going to impeach. And then that never happened.
Yeah, I was waiting for something to come of that, but maybe they checked it and he was right. I was thinking he was going to bring up that interview and have some contradictory statements from the early time, but that didn't ever seem to manifest.
Yeah. So both, I thought the prosecution made its case as well. I think they're on break for 10 or 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, before they just pictured the seal. Sorry.
Yeah. The prosecution made its case well. They asked the questions that put them in the best possible light, which is what you would expect. The defense cross-examine wasn't quite as tight overall, but they weren't bad by any stretch. And prosecution and cross can be a little bit more sketchy by nature. But I thought they asked a lot of really good questions. They showed Kyle's motivation for moving from place to place. I'm still confused on who asked Kyle to move, because I was pretty sure the witness said both me and not me.
Yep.
So that was confusing.
The one thing I found interesting is in Kyle's favor from this witness, and it came out during direct examination, was how much he set up that reasonable people would be concerned for their safety just in this general environment, and that having a gun was there. I thought it was a little limp of him to say, oh, well, I brought my gun for protection, but I wouldn't use it even if I was. That was a weird thing, and I don't think jury's buying that. That seems a little strange.
And I made this point midstream, and I think I made it earlier this stream, but I'll make it again. The reason the prosecutor is asking the questions they appear to be asking, it's like, why would they do that? It appears to be that they're trying to argue, like, we'll just take this guy, for example. It's like, you had smoke bombs thrown at you, you didn't feel the need to fire back. You had rocks thrown at you, you didn't need to fire back. Okay, why ask that question? Well, because Kyle Rittenhouse had a bag from the hospital thrown at him. So the idea is, because when gas bombs were being thrown at me, because when rocks were being thrown at me, because when other chaotic things were happening in the street, other acts of violence, other acts of things, like, none of these people apparently concluded that their life was in danger. So since a similar thing happened, this is the prosecution's argument, it seems. Since a similar thing happened to Kyle Rittenhouse, it must therefore be objectively unreasonable for him to feel his life was in danger. Now, of course, the counter from the defense is, but the specific situation, though. So they're trying to extrapolate, because it's true in all these other situations, it must be true in this situation.
Right.
Seems to be where they're trying to go.
They're also
it's a strategy.
At the end, he indicated that he's trying to get at the idea that Kyle pointing his gun at people, I'm guessing, was instigating. That Kyle is, that this guy, Dominic Black, he didn't point his gun at anybody, so therefore he wasn't attacked in the same way. I think that's going to be part of closing, is that part of the reason that Kyle was attacked is because he was pointing guns at people. And even, this Dominic Black guy, he thought that was, people shouldn't be.
Was he pointing guns prior to, like, the incident of the first shot? Was he pointing guns earlier?
Don't know, but Binger asked the questions in a very muddy way to make it seem like that happened. And he used the laser pointer guy on the roof to make the inference that Kyle and others were pointing their guns. And it went back to a piece of Dominic Black's testimony early on that some people had pointed their guns when they felt threatened, and then the other people backed off. So not quite sure if Kyle was included in that. It all got lost in the gloss there, and it was really well done by Binger to ask those questions. And maybe Kyle was involved in that, and if he was, maybe that's why Richards didn't challenge it, or maybe he was just focused on other things. But it was an interesting way to draw. They ended the stream. What is with the seriously? What is with these places ending these streams on breaks?
and then we get it. It's a couple questions into the start. It's like, wait, what happened now? Why is this guy talking? It's like, yeah.
Oh my gosh. They're all shut down currently.
I did really like the answer from the defense cross when they pointed out why Kyle wasn't on the roof, because the prosecutor asked during his questioning, you went on the roof because it's the safe place to be. All right, so why wasn't Kyle there? And then we got the answer from the defense attorney. Because he was requested to stay down on the ground because he's a medic. That's why he was where he was. Good answer. And I also liked the defense's lawyer save on the issue of whether or not he was taking the gun for his safety.
Right.
So there was a series of questions there. It's like, was he taking it for your safety? It's like, I don't know. It's like, but you took it for your safety. Yes. So you just rest on that and you let the implication flow.
Right.
Which was a nice move. Good job.
Let me read a couple chats, and then I got to run to the bathroom before we get back to the thing. I did find...
It's okay, I'm going to get a beer before we get back.
Sounds good. Horowitz, Feinberg, and Horowitz says, apparently he was on a rooftop, but forgot he was not Korean. Perihelion says, hey, Nick, sing this to troll my wife. She can't get it out of her head and is watching right now. Give it up for the feminist boys. I love you, honey, says Perihelion. Gross. Snuggle Struggle says, Jack Posobiec's Twitter has the FBI vid and never before seen vid, as well as showing clear usage of self-defense. New York Post covering Kyle's yawning towards his homicide trial, clearly attempting to make him look to not care. Yes, the media is going to spin very hard. Well, I'll have to check out the FBI video. I haven't seen it yet. And Knucklefist says, epic stream, guys. Thank you for not talking all over the proceedings as some other streamers are doing. They said, we're going to add our commentary, but we want to hear as much as...
we want to hear as much as you guys. Like on some of the stuff earlier when Nick was streaming, some of it's just blah, blah, blah. So it's a little bit different. But in this case, I want to hear what's going on.
Yep.
And I found his testimony overall credible. I thought, the defense did a good job extracting from him.
Yeah, we'll see. That's the first witness, and that's the guy, that's them having to have a lot of questions around that charge that doesn't have anything to do with probably any of the other witnesses, which is going to be that possession, a minor in possession charge. Is why they had a lot of testimony from him that was kind of boring, especially at the beginning, and not really related to the event. They still have to lay a factual foundation for the charge. They have to get the facts of how he got the gun. They're trying to infer it was a straw purchase. The one thing I will say about that kid is he did defend himself from a straw purchase sort of situation by saying, no, it was not his gun. It was my gun until he turned 18. It's not recommended, but you can hold something in trust without a formalized trust agreement. That is okay. And especially if they demonstrate it. No, it stayed at our house. It was locked up. He could not have it until he was 18. He may have used it to go outside and do some shooting on a firing range. And that's probably okay. That has nothing to do with straw purchase. He wasn't taking it home. He wasn't in sole possession of it. He was technically supervised by an adult the entire time. It's an interesting distinction how much 3 months of age or whatever it is can make on that. But
you guys draw a line somewhere, and sometimes it leads to these kinds of results.
Yeah. So I'm curious how Dominic Black's trial is going to work out, but we just won't know until January. It's strange. I thought that was really good, by the way, of Richards to say, when did you last meet? Oh, you didn't meet here this morning. You didn't meet here today. And then the whole thing about you had a trial date scheduled in September, did you not? Well, I don't remember. No, but you did. And you came in with your attorney and Mr. Binger, and you asked together for an extension of time to January. And he did. some people in the chat were like, he needs to follow up with a why. Why'd you guys do that? No, he doesn't. No, let the jury draw the obvious inference, because what if he said, well, you know, I did, but I'm going to go in for surgery or something happened. Yeah. Like, you don't want to give him an excuse. You know,
don't ask the one question too many. It's a cardinal sin. Lawyers do it all the time. The one question too many. And also, don't ask a question you don't know the answer to is also a good rule.
Right. I'm going to run and grab, go to the bathroom and
that sounds like fun. I'll do those things too.
Yeah. I'll see you in a minute. All right, chat.
Okay.
We'll see you in just a second. We will be back for the remainder of the hearing, which should be probably one more witness.
What's up? You heard my pee? Noted. I use a hand sanitizer rather than soap and water, so I'm all covered there. But yeah. Yeah. So what can we guys talk about? By the way, Guinness is the beer of choice. Low calorie, so, and also it doesn't taste too bad. Yeah, Guinness is exceptionally low calorie. It's actually one of the lowest calorie beers you can buy because of its ABV. Guinness is only 3.2% alcohol. It's 154 calories per 12 ounces, as I check the back of the label. It is 125. I was off by a lot. Yeah, it's 125 calories per 12 ounces. It's actually one of the lower calorie beers you can buy. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh boy. So I'm excited to see who's next. I don't have a witness list or an order list or anything. Wolvenar says your guest gave us a great audio clip of his bathroom break. Reality is reality. Reality is real. Okay.
Is there commentary, or we're just putting up the instruction for no particular reason? Slides from earlier.
Yeah, I wonder if this is why I hate having a news station do this. It's muted though.
Yeah.
Right now I have the Washington Post thing up, so they're probably trying to fill time. Fox 6 News Milwaukee has a stream. Let's see how theirs is doing. They're doing the same thing. Wait. Did they show the picture of Rosenbaum being held like a doll? Gosh, that's a great picture. There's a picture that was just showed on this other one, and someone is holding back Rosenbaum, but it looks like he's up in the air, and it looks like he's being held like some sort of toy. Oh, it's beautiful. There it is. Look at him on the left.
Looks like a babe.
I'm going to bring my Rosenbaum with me wherever I go.
That's right.
Oh my goodness. Whew.
So what else you got? What do you got going on for your stream later today?
I have no idea yet. Last night I was covering that America's Got Talent lawsuit.
$2.09 gas. Yeah.
Those were the halcyon days. Ryan Case, nah, I'm not.
I work in that business.
Not dying from one of those right now.
I am at that business.
Okay.
Well, that's a good picture right there. That is quality. Can you even say with certainty that that was Kyle?
If we actually get the actual video, is there any video of this?
There is from Jack Posobiec. Or here we go. Okay, so there's McGinnis. I'm guessing Rittenhouse is in the white. Okay, so then it changed. Yeah,
I didn't get a lot out of that.
No, I don't think the jury will either. I mean, the prosecution's going to spend a bunch of time explaining it.
Oh, I have no doubt, frame by frame. Here's where he turned around and is chasing him.
You know what's really interesting? So the best I can figure, that video was not available to the expert for the preparation of his expert report, right? John Black didn't have that video because his report was turned in before they mentioned it.
Oh my God, I am.
Perhaps learn some human.
So that's an interesting idea. I wonder if they're going to ask him about it.
He fucking shot him! Get in there! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! Take a screenshot. That dude shot him. That nigga just shot that dude! Cranium that boy! He just shot him, man!
Okay, so interestingly, the lady.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot
Take
somebody?
a moment to consider your actions.
Who shot? Who shot? Hey, stop him!
The lady who is screaming, he shot him, is Mrs. Zielinski, who is allegedly friends with Joseph Rosenbaum. Or I don't know about friends, but they had met up during the evening. And Kyle Zielinski is the Mr. Zielinski or whatever is the guy who fired off into the air. So he fires into the air. I said Kyle. I don't think that's his name. He fires into the air. Rittenhouse turns around, plugs Rosenbaum just a bit after that, 2.5 seconds, I think Binger said. And then they're the ones yelling, he shot him, all that. So there's some interesting instigation questions there.
Defy the designs of an
Yeah.
past is unwritten.
Yeah, Edward C., I know this is the defense outline 1 to 40. We know what it's from. I just don't know why it's playing. That's the real question, is why they.
I forget, at some point I asked some question, the chat went crazy because I was like, why did you make that sentence? And because the defense lawyer said something, I was confused by why that specific statement or something. Oh well.
Yeah, it's hard to say, 'cause that's the thing. These things go on a long time, so it's hard to say exactly what is, or hard to remember everything that you see.
Someone asked about Guinness beef stew. That sounds promising.
Falixard makes an interesting point. He says the crowd behind where Kyle finally shoots Rosenbaum move away as one because of some stimuli before Kyle turns to shoot. Apparently, they were afraid of harm. That stimuli is the first shot from Zelensky. Zelensky fires into the air, and the people start moving right after that because there's a gunshot. And then more people move when the 4 gunshots follow.
Yeah, I also asked a question about why they took the guns out of the safe. I was wondering why they took Kyle's guns out of the safe, or Kyle's gun out of the safe, and someone said for self-defense. But Kyle wasn't planning on staying at the house, so it just was slightly confusing.
I think I think the clarification, which was not really done on testimony, but just by inference, would be that they took all of the guns out of the safe, which was in the garage, and moved them into the house, thinking they would be safer from people like trying to rob them or something like that.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. If the purpose of moving them is to protect them from theft, it's better in the safe, even if it's in the garage. The safe is going to be, you can't break into that thing, and it's not going anywhere. So I would think leaving it in the safe would be better. If your motivation is to have them ready for self-defense purposes, I was unclear why they moved Kyle's gun. That was the question I was attempting to ask, at least.
You know what's kind of funny? Oh, I keep mixing up. I'm Zeminski. I keep mixing him up with Kyle Kalinske, who I think is one of the Parkland kids, the Republican Parkland.
Yes, you can break into a gun safe. It's going to take a lot of effort if it's any good. It's possible.
What was I gonna say?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I interrupted my own thought with the Kyle thing. Oh, yes. Interestingly, no one's being prosecuted for it, but they had unsafe storage of firearms with a minor present. That minor ended up allegedly taking one of those guns and then going and using it to allegedly shoot 2 people to death and injure a third. That's negligent storage of a firearm on behalf of Dominic Black's stepdad or whatever. You can't just, guys, if you got a minor in the house, you cannot just leave a gun and ammunition in access, or you could be liable for whatever follows.
I love how we turn the chair around like a count or something.
And there's an issue. What's up?
Judge, the only issue is that we are intending to call a witness this afternoon as a criminal record. That would be Corey Washington. I believe he'll be the witness after this next witness, who shall be relatively brief, so I thought we should bring it up now. Mr. Washington does have 3 adult criminal convictions. In 2008, CF-262, it's a 2008 case, criminal damage to property misdemeanor and disorderly conduct misdemeanor. And then in another 2008 case, CF-1409, he has possession of THC. I had disclosed to the defense that there is a juvenile arrest in 2004. I spoke with Mr. Washington, and he indicated that anything ever went to court for. It seems that it was an ordinance. So I do not believe there are any actual juvenile delinquencies. It's the state's position that given that these cases are 13 years old, given the nature of them, that they should not be counted as priors. I believe the defense feels otherwise.
Judge, I don't know if you have a 10-year rule on that. I don't know. I'm sorry?
No, because it's not been adopted in Wisconsin, which tells me it's not the rule here. And my rule is that I don't have a rule. My guiding principle is that if there's a lifetime history of lawlessness, I'm more likely to consider more remote conviction. And of course, the nature of the offense enters into it. I I will tell you that.
Guys, quiet.
I hear a couple of 2008
He's a mile from his mic.
misdemeanors, not related.
I wonder if you're
And another,
brave
was that
enough
also in 2008?
to over.
There's a possession of THC 2008, and then a disorderly conduct and criminal damage to property in 2008.
Yeah, I don't have a 10-year rule. On the other hand, I don't think I would consider those.
If I don't have a strong, I just wanted the court's final ruling on it. If you're not going to let him in, then you're not going to let him in.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, those aren't really relevant to his testimony
I
here.
agree.
Where do you go?
Yes.
Yeah, those both the damaged property and the THC possession were in 2008. That's
They're not character issues.
both misdemeanors from 13 years ago.
And I don't believe there was a defense objection on that.
No.
I don't want to speak for them, but I
16 years ago.
do something different. I need to do it now because this is the time.
This has been discussed, and there are good valid reasons for it, which I'm not going to take the time to go into right now. But there will be no photographs or motion or video of any kind during the testimony of the next witness.
Oh.
Any question?
Oh, so this is a protected witness.
So no audio, no video?
It said no video of any kind.
Well, maybe we'll have to talk about something else.
They said it's going to be very short.
Yeah. The one of the reasons might be because it's a minor.
Yeah, that could be.
But it's not secret to anyone who's in the court. So it would be, you can look for news reports, but they don't want to broadcast it live. Presumably not their voice, not their image, because it might expose them in some way. So it's not secret to the jury. It's not secret to the people in the gallery. It's just not broadcast. So fair enough.
Yeah,
we'll talk about something else. I don't think there's going to be subtitles either. If there were subtitles, that would be hilarious.
It would be. That's why I turned them on. Just in case. But no, it's yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be a minor that is not supposed to be videoed. I'm surprised that they're not going to let the audio recording through though.
Yeah, they did this. They did the same thing in the Floyd trial with the audio, but not video. So,
Ryan Case says so much for transparency, the court to the public, and yeah, I know minors and whatnot, but still, but it is still open to the public who are there present, and it will presumably still be available on transcript of the court, just with the minor's name abbreviated or censored in some way. So it's one of those measures that they take to where they say that the impact on the transparency of the courts is de minimis, and it is outweighed by the desire of the legal system to protect the integrity of a minor.
And the chat points out it could also be a federal agent of some kind who's undercover or some other reason that not to disclose. Again, it's not going to be secret to the people in the room. But
maybe it's the drone pilot.
Maybe it's the drone pilot. We don't want their face exposed to prevent retaliation. It could be something like that. I don't know if they do it anymore, but I think I read about cases where the idea was they're so sensitive that maybe they can testify behind a screen, so we'll only see their shadows. That's how worried we are about exposing them.
I think they stopped doing that.
Yeah, I think they stopped doing that because you have to be able to see the witness's full body language.
Yeah, as the defendant, you have a right to confront your witness, or you have a right to confront your accusers. Which
it's a Fed with a THC possession conviction, so good for them though.
No, that's the next guy. The next guy is the THC possession conviction.
You're correct. I misspoke.
How
you are
dare
correct,
you? Oh my goodness. This is riveting. Very good.
Yeah, it's riveting commentary. Yeah, so it's either a minor or it's a undercover police officer.
Right.
Of some variety.
Yeah, and I who knows? Without the witness list, we have no idea. Their
they
name's
mentioned
going to
all
be
the
censored.
names, didn't they? They did yesterday, where they mentioned all the names, didn't they? Of all the people that could theoretically be called?
Yeah, they did.
So it's like, well, we could go through all their names and see if any of them pop.
See if I can find this. I'll see if I can find this Fleer video from Posobiec.
Yeah, see if you can find a better version of it, or one that's marked and can actually show us what the hell we're talking about. That'd be great.
Here we go. This is 3 hours ago. Posobiec posts, never before seen FBI footage of the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting. Interestingly, this footage is not the Fleer image.
Okay.
So I'm kind of curious about that. Here we go.
Further.
These stupid white people. So here's Rosenbaum.
Yeah, they definitely need that trash can to put their garbage out.
Rosenbaum and Rittenhouse are right next to each other there.
Blocking the road.
Oh, is this the same
Out further.
Okay.
Oh, this is good.
I see a large crowd over here smashing the SUVs. I think.
So I think that's where the chasing is supposed to be before the incident. Rosenbaum is in front, Rittenhouse is behind.
Hey!
Okay. So at least I finally understand what the prosecution was saying when they said that it appears at least that he was chasing Rosenbaum, because at something like T-20 seconds or give or take, Rittenhouse is running, or Rosenbaum is running in that direction, and Rittenhouse is also running in that direction behind him. So obviously you could characterize that as chasing, although there's a million other explanations.
Yeah.
But the prosecution is allowed to argue any explanation that is reasonable from the evidence. So one of them would be he's chasing him. So that's where he's going from. Great.
And the counter argument is obviously that he doesn't follow Rosenbaum past the cars. He approaches the Zeminskis, and Rosenbaum immediately comes around the cars and appears to confront them. And he's going to have to, the prosecution's going to have to rely on the vagary of there not being audio recordings of any potential exchange of words that may have happened there, which is, and he suggests that there's a confrontation. We actually don't even know if there's a confrontation. The first thing we hear is "get him," which was kind of interesting to like.
I'm not sure who we're getting.
Yeah, and we don't know who's saying it. We don't know who they're saying it about or to or anything like that. We don't know what proximity they are to the cell phone camera that's recording. Yeah. So that is that's a very interesting piece of footage. It's really hard to discern what's going on. It's not going to be great for the jury, in my opinion, but
Profiteer in chat asked, how do they know that was his motivation? And as I was trying to say earlier, the prosecution is allowed to argue any inference that is reasonable from the evidence. So Rosenbaum is running a direction. Kyle Rittenhouse is running in the same direction behind him. So is it reasonable to argue that, or reasonable to infer that Rittenhouse is chasing? Yes. Are there 1,000 other explanations? Of course there are. But which one's the prosecution going to choose? The one that's most damning. So it is a potential extrapolation that is available. So it's a legally cognizable argument.
Yeah. Not
that doesn't mean
saying
it's
we
not
agree
bullshit, by
with
the way.
argument. Yeah, not saying we
It's not
agree with the
bullshit.
argument. But they get to make that. And remember, the defense just has to, well, it doesn't have to. The defense has the luxury of providing any reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
So they can say,
which the chat is having no trouble thinking of. They just happen to be running in the same direction for no particular reason would be a valid argument too.
Right. And we saw from just a moment before that Rosenbaum and Kyle are next to each other at one point without apparently having a conflict or anything like that. No confrontation is occurring, and they're right next to each other. Then they move apart. One of the interesting ideas would be to suggest that Rosenbaum was trying to ambush Kyle Rittenhouse, and that's why he ducked between those cars and then came back immediately as he runs past, for example.
Right.
Yeah, so there's a million other reasons. We know we're not making the defense's or the prosecution's argument and saying it's correct. We're exploring how the prosecution got there at all, because up until now, for us,
up until there now, we're confused how we're getting there. But now we understand how they're getting there.
Right. So
and someone in chat pointed out that luring is a game of words. I'm like, yes, this is also why I was so critical of the defense for their opening, because the imagery might have been good. The words left a lot to be desired, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. The other interesting thing was how seems like the FBI guys cycling through, different filters and lenses and viewing options available as he's going. Because at one point it switches to like a true color, but it's way too dark, to see. And it's just neat to see how those drones work and what they base a lot of this stuff on. I mean, they've got a drone.
Was it a drone? Because I assumed it was from a helicopter, but was it a drone?
I believe they said it was a drone.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Cool. I didn't really know drones could really do that. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I've never seen footage like that from a drone before, so first for me.
Oh, dude, yeah. The military and the high-end law enforcement drones are really impressive.
Excellent.
You still wish they had a better camera than that. I mean, because he zoomed in and it didn't get better, and it didn't focus on what he wanted to focus on. That's why he zooms right back out. It was strange.
Now, the question that I think I know the answer to, but why they switch from different modes. I assume that's being done in real time.
That's what it looked
like. The other
like,
modes don't exist on video, so why the operators made those decisions, who knows? But there's no editing of it by the FBI, except maybe to label people, but otherwise it's unedited, right?
I don't know, because there is a weird spot where it jumps, and they may have cut time. The only way to verify would be to check timestamps, and I wasn't paying that much attention. That takes a lot more. That takes a lot more attention than I'm able to give it on.
Well,
this
they have an
live
expert for that, so if that's the case, is show a time jump, yeah.
Right, but if anybody in the chat notices the time jump, if there is a time jump in the timestamp, because it is on the bottom, there is a running timestamp, and you can see what's going on there.
Cool.
Show the video again. I don't know how long this witness is going to take. I mean, I guess I could show it one more time.
It's supposed to be short.
Yeah, but short can mean a couple different things. Short can mean short can mean 30 minutes.
Yeah, everything's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Here, I'll show the whole thing one more time. It's 2 minutes long. There's no. It's interesting. It does say this is version 3. Oh, wait. No, this is edited video because they added the graphical effects to it.
Yeah, yeah.
Adam A., the person testifying now could be the Fed drone operator.
Further.
I don't know that they'd need to testify secretly, though.
Yeah, wait.
Finally, someone said it. These stupid white people.
Yeah, they definitely need that trash can to put their garbage out.
See there, Kyle
He's blocking the road.
Kyle and Rosenbaum are right next to each
further.
Watch the floor footage.
I see a large crowd over here smashing the SUVs. I think.
It's like it cuts away right when it would be interesting.
I think there are at some times. There do seem slight jumps in the seconds if I'm looking correctly.
Man, I gotta say, if that video doesn't show self-defense, I mean, with those audio, Kyle saying friendly, 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 them saying get him, you ain't gonna do shit, get him, get him, get him.
Yeah, and the audio was like the audio at the very beginning. Also, what's the context for that? Is also unclear.
I mean, you notice what's really interesting. So the prosecution does suggest that Kyle Rittenhouse was chasing Rosenbaum, but there's an important gap in the footage where you don't actually see that chase occur. Did you notice that? Like, we know that Rosenbaum makes a move this way. The Zeminskis make a move this way, and we see Kyle running, but we don't actually see the context of the chase prior to that. It's
well,
about
we definitely changed our perspective on the Fleur video from it being full screen to only a very small part of it. We can't even see timestamps anymore at some parts of it.
Yeah, I'm confused upon that. It looks like there should be more video than what's presented there. That and they as they've combined those two things, I mean, I think that if the defense doesn't have access to the full video, then something is amiss. But maybe the defense
if they don't have access to the full video, I would go crazy as the as the defense.
Right.
It's like, I need the originals.
The video that was played by the defense was a snippet that did not include that cell phone footage next to it, right? So clearly those two things are different. Posobiec has posted something that we have not seen in court. It included a portion of what we've seen in court, but he did not post the exact same thing. So I'm not sure what that is, who did those edits. I don't know. And that's an issue with that video. But yeah, the question is, does the defense have access to the full unedited FLIR video, at least surrounding the relevant time frame? So, the couple minutes that he would be involved there. Mm-hmm. That's the question. Mm-hmm. And we don't know these answers, unfortunately.
Nope. We don't. But they better have the originals, so otherwise if all they have is the compilation, that doesn't make any sense. Because compilations necessarily make an editorial judgment about what should be shown where and what position and all the rest of it. So, yeah.
Right.
And if they're going to try to make the argument that Rittenhouse and Rosenbaum had some sort of confrontation prior to the gas station, then that video at least doesn't show it.
Yeah, and he said specifically that video did show it. He said that video would show that Kyle Rittenhouse had a confrontation with Joseph Rosenbaum at the car that Kyle Rittenhouse instigated, which to me, it doesn't show anything of the sort.
Yeah, I agree.
And if their argument is going to be, that would be a fun thing. If their argument is going to be that they had a confrontation prior to that, I mean, that kind of feeds into the reasonableness of the self-defense claim, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because if they had a confrontation prior to that, then this other event happened, then there's a chase, and Kyle is retreating. I mean, you're talking about attenuating time from any potential instigation, but also giving a reasonable idea that you might be in danger. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, get done questioning this witness.
Yeah, can we turn to another witness so we can't stop vamping? No, we'll just do like 24-hour news and just keep talking forever about nothing. That'd be good. We
can revisit. I mean,
we can just talk about the same things we've already talked about again, like 24-hour news.
I guess I can try and get to the super chats. My window did a weird reset, so I've got to
do some super chats.
I've got to bring them up in the alternate thing. God, I hate how they do this. I really do. I've got to find out where we left off, and it was.
I still continue to be bewildered if it's true this guy testified on a hope and prayer that maybe the prosecutor would be nice to me.
There's no way. There's no way that there's not. His lawyer probably said something along the lines of, well, I'll talk to him about it. We'll get something set up. But trust me, I think this is a really good plan. But you don't need to know about it, that type of thing, which is not supposed to be how it is. But frankly, not all attorneys act the same way, which is unfortunate, but it's just a reality. I mean, just the fact that he didn't communicate with his client, the desire for the defense to have a discussion with them is a little bit suspect to me.
It's a little weird.
Okay, G-Man says, wait. Oh my gosh. Are we way back here? This is it. G-Man says, so if martial law is attacking me, but Melinda Scott's 12 children are playing with her tripod behind him, I'm required to cross the street first to save the innocent socialist piglets. Got it. Yes. Yes, absolutely. 200 Watt Studio says, my self-defense was perfect, done very perfectly. No one shot better than me. It was amazing. Frankly, I was amazing. Gen X Medic says, self-defense with a howitzer would depend on if it's high explosive rounds or canister shot. Mandalore Wise says, what would make alternates necessary post-closing arguments? A stubborn juror or a sudden heart attack?
Something like that. Or
not a stubborn juror.
Yeah, some sort of cause that's discovered during deliberations. Weird things have happened.
One of the jurors goes into the deliberation room and turns around and says, hey, guys, I watched the news last night. Something like that. Some weird thing where it comes out after. Yeah. Someone walks into the jury room, pulls open their Wisconsin flannel shirt, and it says Free Kyle USA on it. Right? Like.
Yeah, something like that.
Silent Vash 27 says, so open carry of a field cannon is out of the question. Cannons are not firearms.
Yeah.
They're not categorized the same way. In fact, that's one of my favorite things is when people argue about cannons. Like, you can actually legally own a cannon.
And if it's prior to 1896, no FFL, right?
No, I mean, I think you can own one right now. They don't have a rifle.
I know that. I was just trying to make a joke.
And I cramped all over it. Sorry. Yeah, they don't have a rifled barrel. The rounds, if you have an explosive round for the cannon, that's different. Those are regulated in a different way. But if you just have a cannon, yeah. Malcolm Kex, thank you for the donation. False Profiteer says, off topic, but did you see Don Lemon's interview with Chauvin jurors? Might be nothing, but the reasoning for guilty on the second charge seems odd to me.
Well, the second charge with the third-degree murder continues to baffle me legally. So, yeah, I'm with you on that.
I think it would be overturned if Chauvin can get an appeal out. I'm actually really curious about.
Apparently, he's pro se now on his appeal. That's fun.
Yeah, because they denied him a public, the informa pauperis proceedings, and they denied him a public representative. Which I think is a little bit troubling.
It's a little sus.
But his, I think if I'm charitable to the judge, just for the sake of argument, I think it's because he testified that he had a retirement plan, but if he withdraws his retirement plan, he'll be quote unquote underwater. But that doesn't actually mean that you're unable to afford an attorney. And so just because you would be in a worse financial position is not justification on its face to do so. Because, I mean, it might cost him $100,000. His retirement plan might have $120,000 in it. So after penalties and taxes, he's out of money. But but we don't know the details. G-Man says, do you think Twitter paid to get named in the jury instructions? Could have just said social media in general.
No, you want to give some examples. I think it was prudent.
Yeah, 200 Watt Studio says, why didn't defense object to the phone thing? I actually didn't see anything in that examination or cross-examination that merited an objection, personally. If that's what you're talking about. But this might have been before, during opening arguments, and I don't remember the phone. Oh, the phones for the jurors. Because there's no objection. I mean, if the judge is going to allow phones, then the judge is going to allow phones. But it wasn't entirely clear. I'm just surprised. Rogue says, so the jury is supposed to ignore the rioting. Nope. It's up to the defense to establish the rioting as present sense impression. Anti Omnia Libertatum says, neither railguns or air guns are considered firearms under federal law and most state laws. Mr. Cobblestone says, firearms are dangerous weapons. Right, Alec Baldwin? Mandalore Wine says, what's the chance that any of the jurors know/care what the meaning of beyond any reasonable doubt is?
They tried to explain it, and I thought they did a pretty reasonable job of explaining it.
And they'll explain it
pretty
again.
Well.
They'll explain it again at close. Actually, I would imagine that the defense is going to spend a lot of time talking about reasonable doubt on this stuff, and the prosecution will try and spend a lot of time talking about reasonableness, similar to what we saw in the Chauvin trial. Not applicable says this instruction is going to wreck the entire case. I don't know that it is. It's just confusing. Scipio says, juror, please judge. I'll vote however you want if you just stop talking. Jim Satala says these instructions almost guarantee an appeal. That is a possibility, but technically the judge will restate the jury instructions at close more completely, and that'll be I think that'll be the issue. In fact, aren't they given written jury instructions?
I honestly don't know. Some states they are. I don't know if this is one of them.
Pirate Skeleton says, judge seems to be taking special care to emphasize innocent until proven guilty. I'd speculate he has chosen a side. I don't know. This judge just seems to be consistent and pretty much follow the rules so far. At least his interpretation of the rules. Philip Coggin says Kyle Rittenhouse should have hired Ronnie O'Neill just for the opening statement. I agree.
I really feel like I could have done better. I know it's a bit pompous, but still.
But could you have done better than Ronnie O'Neill III?
I don't know.
You remember that guy, right? The Florida guy with the crazy hair? I love him.
Yeah.
Not applicable says, wasn't him reaching for the gun a huge argument? Yes. It was a weird thing for the state to include, but he's trying to mitigate the facts. He's trying to get them into the minds and then pass them up. Snuggle Struggle says, has the supposed FBI recording been handed over the defense yet or not? Sorry, came in late. I think so. I think we assume it has. They haven't raised a stink about it. They used it in their opening statement. FP Silver says, stay back, aim. Adam A says, I'm going to lose it if the jury gets up and claps. Not applicable says, so arson doesn't kill anyone. I didn't know that. Yeah, someone mentioned that there were 10 bodies in one of the burned out buildings. Did you hear anything about that? I'm not aware of that.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Pirate Skeleton says, this prosecution sounds like projection. The only chaos tourists were the peaceful protesters there to riot and loot. Not applicable says they're going to argue skateboards can't kill you. John O'Brien says the cross on black is going to be interesting. I agree.
That was good.
Oh! Oh, these
fix it, Boomer.
I'm working on it. Why are they ending they're ending their streams? It's not actually over yet. Nothing is over.
I guess the most logical conclusion is they just finished the witness and went to a small recess in between witnesses. Which that's the reason they've cut them off so far. So I guess we're done with. We'll presume FBI guy. Are we back?
This is a different feed from AB. I didn't want a feed with a freaking watermark on it.
Yeah, no, I don't want a watermark either.
I'm going to see if I can find an alternate one, but that's the only one I saw right now.
I'm not 100% sold on the state seal, by the way.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I noticed when I type in Kyle Rittenhouse live that my stream does not show up.
That's sad.
Very frustrating. Considering we're one of the highest watched streams on this issue that's available. The only higher one, was the Washington Post. Actually, no, we're now higher than any other stream.
We passed the Washington Post? Well, I feel honored to be here.
Well, because it ended. So now the next highest is this one at 3,800.
Nice.
But yeah, we're dominating that. Here, I have this other one from Fox 6 News Milwaukee, which doesn't have a watermark. So I'll keep this one up until we get
Truth
back.
But lies beyond.
Okay. The faces on the people on this state seal leave something to be desired.
The art in general, proportions are way off. Look at these high-rise pants this man has.
Yeah.
These pants are approaching nipple territory. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Okay. Fractal Machine says a jury is inherently not people of ordinary intelligence. All of those were smart enough to get off of jury duty.
Some people have a sense of civic pride, so.
Troy Amanga 000 says everyone here should look up how 1920s how 1920s bootleggers avoided getting sentenced despite overwhelming evidence against them. Snuggle Struggle says maybe I'm mistaken. Didn't the leadership of Kenosha stand down law enforcement in a sense? The police also made it sound like their hands were tied. They had a line. They had a line where there was lawlessness beyond it. The prosecution talked about that, and the defense talked about that at a previous hearing. Ying Kong says, my guess is the prosecutor is going to argue that Kyle knew that the crowd was not friendly and there was clearly a risk, but yet Kyle willingly got in the midst of the crowd. I could be wrong. No, I think that's apt. You Can Call Me Al says he couldn't stay at his girlfriend's house because it was a school night. Oh, stop. Nick Rekieta. Oh, wait, no, read that one. Silent Vash 27 says, how is it Kyle's fault he followed the danger willingly, but somehow his actions don't matter?
Manifest before you.
Phoenix Lord Asserman says that was painful. Snuggle Struggle says, I didn't hear the part where the first shot says, shoot me N-bomb. And I also didn't hear Kyle saying, I'm your Huckleberry. The mob is at fault. JD Free says, is he really arguing that Kyle's shooting makes him uniquely reckless after admitting that there were other gunshots? Yes, he is arguing that. I Hate Yankee says, why isn't the R slur who fired a warning shot being charged with something?
Good
Anybody's guess. Anybody's guess. Wouldn't make a very popular headline, and I assume he's going to testify as a witness. Zeminski may be testifying, and if Zeminski is testifying, then you'll know why he's not being charged. Gerald Armstrong says he lied about Rittenhouse chasing Rosenbaum. We kind of covered the Fleer video there. I don't think he was chasing him, but I can see a lame attempt at making the argument. Otter says anybody worth shooting once is worth shooting more than once. Fatal System Error says this is the hardcore commentary I've been looking for. Here's the money. Great stuff. Tomorrow V says the shot in the back line is not for the jury. It is for the MSM to run with. 200-watt studio says Nate oiling up and putting on the knee pads for the prosecutor. Lol. No. Prosecutor did a good job. He did. Expert Spectre says Tony Hawk's Protester 3. Rumply Depew says, thanks for the coverage. By the way, I'm so excited. FedEx just delivered my Kyle Rittenhouse autographed skateboard. I think the holes in it are for aerodynamics. Johnny Stoffel says, can't we trade this schmuck in for legal bites? Come on, Uncivil. Choose your guest. Choose your guest. Legal knows hosts better.
They don't like me, man.
That's a weird sentence. Glenn Carver says, great content. Cheers from the motherland. The European one. Okay, the big one. Thank you, Glenn. Jim Satala says, by bringing up Rosenbaum's hospital stay and trying to present Huber as a good man, does that not open up past criminal acts for humor and mental hospital? Maybe. I think he meant Huber, but yeah, it's very possible. Nick Rekieta says, the former Marine threw Kyle under the bus in the New York Times vid recap. Marine basically said was gradually apparent to him Kyle was looking for trouble. That's interesting because that would be speculative.
Yeah.
Right? You would object to that. I guess I could get present sense impression as a maybe exception to the speculation. No, that's a hearsay exception, not.
Yes. It's a hearsay exception, yes.
Not speculative. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I would object to it. Whether you can win or not is a different question. Expert Spectre says, Kyle left a legitimate one-arm man. Meme magic.
Nice. Cute.
Mike Lombardo says, Nick, wouldn't the prosecution introducing character evidence of Huber allow the defense to introduce negative character evidence of Huber? It might. We'll have to see. They'll have to try, but that'll be... it's an interesting one since Huber's not testifying, being dead, how you start to introduce that character evidence. That's the challenge. You have to have foundation for the evidence you're introducing, and you have to introduce it typically via a witness. And so introducing that, you have to have a witness with some personal knowledge. They may have one. We'll have to see. A fuzzy creature says Posobiec is claiming special info withheld. I'm betting he's over-promising and it's going to be nothing important. President-elect Austin M. says McInnes ricochet might have hit Rosenbaum in the back. Let's see. The Scott 16 says, hey, Nick, just wanted to apologize for yesterday. Damn, I'm such a Canadian. My first super chat in over a year, and it was to naysay something you enjoy, and not even with a joke, kind of uncool of me. Oh, I don't even remember it. I don't even remember what you said. There's no need to apologize. You can naysay whatever you want, buddy. Doesn't bother me at all. Texas Red says, objection, Your Honor. Jump kick man was clearly engaged in a dive kick. I'm not here says, can the defense ask Rosenbaum's girlfriend why he was in the hospital? Anger issues, drug problems, sexual deviancy? Possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
I think if they bring her on the stand, that's going to be something that's really likely to come up.
Yeah, he came to your house. Do you know where he was before that? Hospital. Do you know why he was there?
He was at a hospital, wasn't he? It was a mental institution hospital, wasn't it? Because he likes to touch kids, isn't it? Can you imagine? That's the...
I mean, there seems to be a dispute over whether or not it's a mental hospital or not, but if you went in for mental health, what difference does it make?
Yeah, exactly. Rico says, judge is going to be indicted for murdering the DA. Pirate Skeleton says, prosecutor's objection, TLDR. Prosecution should have as many benefits as the defense. Jacob Fabisiak says, Binger lied about Grosskritz's actions when he confronted Kyle. Texas Red says, Mark Richards is poking himself in the eye while Thomas Binger is putting a shotgun in his mouth. That was at one of the arguments portions, I believe. I don't remember. Zero says, on a scale to 1 to oh shit, how much did the prosecutor mess up the hospital issue? I don't know that the hospital issue is overly prejudicial in general, to the case of Rosenbaum, or to the Rosenbaum issues. I think, because unless they can provide evidence that he's in the hospital for still being attracted to kids after his charges years ago, if that were the case, that would be prejudicial. If it's he went to go, you know, he needed to stay a couple nights for some reason, like he was at he had a personal crisis or whatever. He had a suicide attempt, something like that. I don't know that that's overly prejudicial, personally, but maybe they could show that he's willing to die, right? If he had a suicide attempt or a suicide scare 3 days prior or something like that. But yeah, they're making it. They don't want anything about his past coming out. And the problem is because one thing about his past leads to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And I really do think that the any testimony about his initial crime, which is an awful child abuse crime, I think that is very prejudicial and mostly irrelevant to the actual facts of the case. I think they really want to avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
JP says, I think prosecutor wanted to paint Rosenbaum as a sympathetic person with regards to the testimony of the girlfriend, the contents of his bag. I do too. Oh, he couldn't even stay at his house. He had to carry around his belongings in a bag. Oh my gosh, right? Like that. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
Peter Bemis says, if the prosecution has a brain, they just decided to axe the girlfriend's testimony. Very possible. Frankly, I don't know what relevant issues the girlfriend is going to testify on. The contents of the bag?
Yeah. What was in the bag, and but she starts testifying as to his behavior and mental state, man. Yeah.
Even if she testifies what's in the bag.
Or what
okay,
she
where'd
witnessed,
he get the bag?
Or to the extent that she was able to witness anything personally, she could testify as to that.
Yeah, but she wasn't there because he had a no contact order with her. So my impression is that she stayed home and he left.
Okay.
But I don't know, you know. I just don't see if she wasn't there to personally witness something involving Kyle, then she has basically no value to her testimony, and they should probably cut it. Andre Tukulescu says they effed up taking Barnes off the case. Maybe you could get him get him a couple times in the live stream now. You know, he's invited. It's up to him and what his schedule is like. Imni, thank you for the donation. Deli 8079 says Kyle's done for. Lamau. One thing I want to say again about the Barnes thing, I kind of griped at someone in chat who's been talking to me about the Barnes thing for the past couple days. Yes, it's frustrating that Kyle's defense team has turned down potential help. They may have good reasons for it. They may not have good reasons for it. But whatever the case is, it's done now. And now that is irrelevant to what happens going forward in the case. It's done. So like constantly belaboring it, and a lot of people keep talking about it. A lot of people are asking me about it, so I'm just going to address it here. What happened there happened. Barnes is the best source for it that we know of because he's one of the people directly involved. The other source would have to be Richards, I guess, or David Hancock or something like that. And you got to go talk to them about it. I'd just be speculating. We don't know what would have happened, but that was for jury selection. Jury selection is passed. Now I got to focus on what's in the case and who's actually trying the case and how that's going to go. That's the most important stuff going forward. So that's why I'm not really super interested in talking about it, because it just be us going, oh man, would have been nice to have them. Maybe, you know, like, okay, that doesn't really help. Expert Spectre says lawyers rise up. Bottom text. Gigantor068 says, wow, going with the hard R. Good luck explaining this to YouTube. It wasn't me. I get the Shaggy defense. Imni, thank you again for the donation. Looks like you're getting censored by YouTube there. Pseudosnark says, thanks for the coverage. Cheers. Agree with the take. Excellent upgrade to Kurt AI.
Thanks.
HR behind you. What is the HR behind me thing? I don't know what that means. Not applicable says freaking.
Probably saying something controversial, so you're going to get fired, I guess.
I don't know. Not applicable says freaking. Why would he testify? What? No. That's about Kyle. Infinity223 says, hey, Nick and Uncivil. Heard something about a fire extinguisher, and I was wondering if Uncivil still believes that one Capitol police officer dies from one.
Never did, but thanks for playing.
Some call me the Wanderer.
But did he almost die from one? No, I'm just kidding.
There was a Capitol Hill police officer that was in fact struck with a fire extinguisher. It wasn't the guy who was pulled out. And this was a whole meme on my channel for a while.
And then a Capitol police officer died. Ergo, ipso facto. Not ethical says turn it off. It's over. If he testifies, he's done. I wouldn't go that extreme, but I don't think it's a good idea. Johnny Doey says, I can't wait for the big dance party. There will be civil war if this keeps up. Mr. E says, Kyle needs our boy Ronnie to stare down the prosecution. Jamie Pulliam. Jamie? Says, what is your opinion on the defense attorney? Is he hurting or helping Kyle? I haven't seen him do anything to hurt Kyle at this point. You? I mean...
He didn't, other than the opening argument, which I criticized. I thought the cross-examination was pretty solid.
Yeah. And I mean, him having a less than stellar opening argument doesn't mean he's hurting Kyle necessarily. I mean, it could, I guess. I didn't think his opening argument hurt. It maybe could have helped more or been better, sure. Uh-oh.
This last witness, we're going to leave that right where it is right now because there's some technical matters that have to be worked out, communication issues, and that should be easily resolved, and we'll get that taken care of. And then in the meantime, we're going to bring another witness up so as not to waste the time. Okay.
I'm confused.
Me too. The audio's really low on the feed.
Corey Washington?
Is a witness testifying remotely?
Maybe. I can't turn the volume up, guys. I can try and find a different feed real quick.
Yeah, maybe the feed is bad.
Good afternoon.
What's going on?
Could you make sure you pull that microphone really close so we can hear you well?
Sure.
Could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Corey Washington. Corey spelled Koeerri. Washington is Washington.
What is your current...
Okay. Hold on. This is louder. But it's got a stupid watermark.
Yes.
But we can actually hear it, so that's better.
Good afternoon.
What's going?
Could you make sure you pull that microphone really close so we can hear you well?
Sure.
Could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Corey Washington. Corey spelled Koeerri. Washington is Washington.
What is your current employment?
I'm self-employed.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm social media influencer.
And would that include doing live streams on Facebook?
Yes.
Now, do you live here in Kenosha?
Yeah.
How long have you lived here?
My entire life.
How many
I was
subs
born
does
and
he
raised
have?
here.
And did you go to school here?
Yes.
Whereabouts?
Starting from elementary school.
Middle school and high school.
I went to Washington Middle School, Lutheran ITA.
And you mentioned that you do some work on social media. Were you involved in doing some live streaming on the night of August 25th, 2020?
Yes.
Why were you out there doing that on that particular night?
There was a lot happening in the city.
What was your purpose in trying to document that?
Just create transparency.
What do you mean by that?
When things are going on, there's a bunch of opinions. You never know, what really might happen. So people like myself tend to go out and document situations just so there's a record of things. A lot of the time, especially, the media, there's sound bites and things that can be utilized. And in my opinion, people like myself make things better for everyone because it helps show at least another side of the full picture.
Now, tell us what was going on in Kenosha around the time period of August 25th, 2020, in your own words.
There was a lot of protesting. There was a lot of property damage that ended up happening throughout the week. Some say riots, civil unrest, some would say uprising.
Would it be fair to say that that began after the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd?
It definitely began after the shooting of Jacob Blake.
When did you personally begin your process of live streaming or documenting what was going on?
The night the shooting of Jacob Blake took place.
Sunday night?
Yes, Sunday night.
Tell us about what you did.
Starting from the beginning.
On that particular night after the shooting, I assume you made some sort of decision. I need to be out there taking video.
I mean, it was a Sunday night. Typically, I try not to work on Sundays. I had just taken a lady friend of mine to dinner. We got back, received a phone call, received a message with a video, saw the video. They said, hey, probably going to need you to come document. And I was like, of course. So I just went out, went to the location where the shooting took place, kind of just watched and, documented as people kind of gathered onto the scene as things kind of progressed throughout the night.
Do you recall approximately how long you spent out there that night?
Several hours.
All in the area near where the shooting occurred?
No. So, I mean, the shooting occurred. There was, bedlam took place. The police ended up leaving. A march ensued. I followed the protesters to the courthouse here and the safety center and kind of just followed along wherever everything was kind of taking place.
Tell us in your own words what you observed about what was going on with the protests and things like that.
I mean, from that point,
let's start with that first evening, Sunday night. You said there was a march from the site of the shooting to this area. What did you observe?
So, well, when I arrived on the scene, there was a crowd already there. It wasn't too large of a crowd, but over a period of a few hours, the crowd began getting larger and larger and larger. You could start seeing license plates and people from out of town showing up on the scene. Once there was, I'd say, too many people, I guess, for the sheriff's department to handle in that location, they spoke with the gentleman. After they spoke with him, I guess they decided to leave. They came back to the police station, and then afterwards, the crowd was there, and they're like, all right, let's head to the courthouse. So I just followed along the way.
By the time the crowd got to this area by the courthouse, can you give us an estimate of how many people were involved?
A few hundred people, maybe. It's hard to say. It was by that time it's incredibly dark outside. There was a heavy police presence. I believe by the time the protesters got to the location, there was already, I believe, police from neighboring counties and cities already here to help. So to me, I'm maybe 500 people. I'm not sure off top. There was definitely a lot of people over time, and it kind of seemed to just kind of keep growing as things progressed throughout the night.
Now, once the crowd got into this area by the courthouse, did they primarily stay here, or did the action move elsewhere?
So as far as I could tell, initially things kind of remained outside of the safety center building. There was a lot of, sheriffs and police in riot gear kind of lined up. There were protesters kind of going back and forth with police officers, things of that nature. At a certain point, I don't know what happened. There was like tear gas deployed. People kind of started, spreading out. People were getting shot with rubber bullets. I had got shot and stuff like that too at the time of all of the disbursement. Took a few minutes to kind of, gather myself, got some attention. Someone kind of patched me up or whatever. Get out, out here to face Civic Center Park, right out in front of the courthouse here. And that's when I kind of noticed things were, I guess you could say, out of control. Throughout the entire summer, there had been a lot of protests going on. Activists kind of going out peacefully protesting, letting their voices be heard. So I was out, documenting all of that. But the moment when I came out and we had the roads blocked off with the garbage trucks or whatever, kind of to, I guess, contain the crowd or whatnot. But when I came out, I noticed all of the garbage trucks were on fire. That was kind of the point where I was like, oh, all right, this is not like anything that's been going on all summer. So,
did you see other incidences of property damage after that?
Yeah.
What can you tell us about that?
There was a lot that was kind of going on. You know, there was people, of course, the trucks were on fire. I filmed someone going into the back of a truck probably a few minutes after it had exploded from the gasoline catching fire, going to the back trying to find debris or something to, you know, break windows or whatever it may be. Captured someone throw, it seemed like a napalm or something onto the courthouse. That got extinguished. And then there was another point where, you know, some masked individuals in black were trying to burn down the dinosaur museum. So for the most part, I try to not involve myself. The situation with the dinosaur museum, I involved myself in the situation just because, you know, we don't have much stuff around here, you know, and I'm a father, I have kids, I've grown up, I've gone to the dinosaur museum. So at that point, I kind of realized, I suppose it was not like, you know, this is getting way too out of hand, you know, not saying that I condone people, you know, being aggressive towards police or the courthouse or anything like that. But I could understand their grievances, I suppose, in the situation. But when it started leaking out to other stuff like the dinosaur museum and stuff like that, that's when I was like, okay, well, this is...
The dinosaurs didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything that was going on.
What did you do to involve yourself
Didn't do nothing wrong,
with the dinosaur museum?
I mean, I stepped up, I kind of shouted at the crowd, like, hey, like, what are you doing? Kind of slightly interrogated one of the people that I assumed was involved. He seemed pretty passionate about burning it down or whatever it may be.
What's your
passion? And from there,
burning
kind of
down a dinosaur
crowd,
museum.
I
That's
guess,
my
I don't know,
passion.
kind of be like, hey, yeah, it's kind of making a point or whatever. And then from there was kind of a dispute, and I kind of found a way to kind of get myself out of the situation because it seemed to be getting pretty heated. So.
Did you observe any property damage that first night, Sunday night, in any other parts of Kenosha?
What's your response?
Well, I think first of all, it lays sort of the context of the whole situation. But second of all, there's been a lot of allusion to the fact that the defendant was motivated to come down here in response to this. So I think it's important that we get evidence about what it was that was going on. You may continue.
So for the most part, of course, you know, there was people that kind of trickled into other areas. But as far as I was able to see and document for the time that I was out there, which was quite a while, most people were kind of staying together in the same group, in the larger group. But of course, you know, in a, you know, hot situation like that, of course, there's going to be people with their own motives and objectives that may go out and do other things as well. So
I guess my question was, did you personally witness property damage along, say, 22nd Avenue, for example, or 60th Street or any other parts of town?
So no, not that I recall. Of course, when the march was happening from the location of the shooting to the courthouse, I mean, there was, you know, traffic stoppages and things of that nature, but people weren't being violent with random pedestrians or anything like that. It was really just like a march to this area. Okay. And until we got over here, that's when actual damage started taking place.
Now, I believe you indicated that there were times during the summer where you were out recording people who were letting their voices be heard here in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yep, multiple times a week.
Did you kind of get an idea of who kind of the main people were involved in those sorts of events? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
On this Sunday night, after Jacob Blake was shot,
right,
did there appear to be a different type of crowd to you?
Yes. So in my opinion, initially, you know, the people that were on the scene are familiar faces. As things got more and more heated and more people started showing up, faces started to become more unfamiliar. I noticed at a certain point, well, I know for a fact the gentleman that talked to the sheriff before the sheriff's department and the police department ended up leaving was a gentleman, I believe, from Black Lives Matter, Milwaukee. But I had not seen him before. And I mean, if you review some of my footage, I recall saying several times, like, who is this guy? Why are they talking to this guy, to kind of figure out what's going on? Because at the end of the day, most of these people seem to just be people that are passionate about what happened, but not organized at all. So, and
when you were out on that Sunday night, were you live streaming on Facebook?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Is it possible for folks to still go up and see that on your Facebook page?
Everything that I've ever recorded, unless it was taken down by Facebook, I haven't received any notice that anything has been pulled. It's all live on my Facebook.
So let's fast forward to the next night, Monday night, the second night of protests and whatnot. Were you out live streaming that night?
Yes.
How would you characterize the events of Monday night as compared to Sunday night?
I would. So at nighttime, I would say it's worse because there was more people here. It seemed, in my opinion, it just seemed that it was, I guess, the best case scenario for something like this to happen, just with everything that was going on in the nation. There was a giant migration from the West headed to Washington. The situation with George Floyd was hot in Minnesota, and people were kind of close to get here. I'm sure everyone knows there's plenty of people from Minnesota that ended up in Kenosha that night and the following nights. The next night, that Monday night, there was protests and things throughout the day. As far as I recall and remember, during the day, everything was peaceful. There was talks of, hey, like, we can't allow stuff like that went on before to go on again. But as, nightfall comes, there's more mysterious people in the city. You don't really know, everybody. And again, everybody has their own motives, really, in a situation like that. So you definitely could tell that there was plenty of people being, I suppose, opportunistic about the situation.
Some of the more noteworthy instances of property damage during all this, I don't know if you're familiar with them or not. The Car Source lot over on the east side of Sheridan.
That talks a lot.
Burned one of these nights. Are you personally familiar with that?
Yes.
Did you witness any of that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
What night was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was Monday night.
There was also a lot of damage to the uptown area along 22nd Avenue.
Yes.
Did you witness any of that?
Yes.
Do you remember which night that was?
I believe that was Monday night as well.
And then I know the probation and parole office on 60th Street burned down. Do you remember if that was Monday night as well?
I believe it was. I'm sorry, I don't, it's not something that I necessarily really wanted to go back and review several hours of, with everything that kind of transpired. So I believe it was
this guy talks
more than likely that Monday night. I know for sure when the parole office burned down, I was there. I saw people go into it. I heard people say, let's burn down the parole office, and witnessed it on fire.
So witnessed it on fire.
Witnessed it on fire.
So let's go to the night of Tuesday night, August 25th, 2020, the night when the events of this case occurred. Were you out live streaming that night as well?
Yes, I was.
And how would you compare Tuesday night to the previous couple of nights?
I would say it was calmer, much calmer. The crowd was more contained. There was a march that happened. That kind of ended towards the end of the night, maybe around 6:30 or 7 or so. That ended at Civic Center Park. The conversation that was had at the end of the march was, hey, everybody remain peaceful. Go home after this. If if you're seriously about, wanting change and wanting justice, to go home. After that was said, people dispersed. A lot of people did go home, but there was people that didn't go home, of course.
Did you go home?
And those people that didn't go home, they kind of stayed there at Civic Center Park there until at a certain point they were kind of driven out of the park.
Were you there to witness the interactions between those people in Civic Center Park and the police at this particular scene?
Yes.
On that night?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there were some fairly violent confrontations between the protesters and the police right outside of this courthouse that night? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Other than that, were you checking around the area to see whether there was property damage in other parts of the downtown area that night?
Yes. So I generally what I would do, like I would always kind of survey the area to see what was kind of going on. I'd find the crowd, figure out where the crowd was, see what they're doing, kind of go in the general area around, a couple block radius or whatever it may be.
So when you were watching the crowd that Tuesday night, other than the demonstrations out in front of the courthouse, did you witness a lot of other arson, looting, property damage, that sort of thing on that particular night?
No, not on Tuesday night.
Now, there came a time in which you were recording your live stream along Sheridan Avenue. Is that right?
Yes, Sheridan Road, yeah.
And are you familiar with the Ultimate gas station?
Yes.
Okay. And that's at 60th and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you spent some time that night recording some video?
Yes, yeah.
We're going to have play a portion of your live stream. Could we begin at 18 minutes, please? And this has been marked as exhibit number 11, and I hope so. Let me just make sure that the power is on.
What do you think he's going for here? I think he's going for the idea that Kyle's an outsider along with these other outsiders causing violence.
I'm having a tough time getting a theory from this guy of what the theory of it is. From the prosecution's point of view.
Yeah.
I want to pause for 1 second before we continue. Mr. Washington, what we're seeing on that screen, is that the live stream that you recorded on the night of August 25th?
Yes.
And do you recognize the location that's being shown in that video?
Yes, that's the at the Ultimate gas station facing west, kind of looking at the church. I believe it's a church right there.
All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to turn the power on, but it may not have kicked on. Oh, I got hit the
Boomers.
What?
Imagine a lawyer having tech issues. How embarrassing. Ridiculous. I've never even seen that in my life.
They're about to light up this garbage can. So they got fire in the street. I don't even downstairs.
That is riveting commentary.
It's right downstairs.
I'm going to pause 1 more second just to help everybody understand what we're looking at here. First of all, we just heard someone's voice. Was that your voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Muffled because I had a mask on.
Sure, I
don't know
understand.
what
Do you have that easel still? I'm just
Get a
gonna
mask on outside?
show us on this map so everybody's oriented to where
It's a
we're
different
at.
time. It's a different
I've got
time.
a map here of the city, so I just want to have you point out where we're at so that everybody can put it into context.
I saw he had about 1,200 subscribers, by the way, is what someone said. So his job is social media influencer.
Living the dream.
All right,
Get
Mr.
it, son.
Washington, I've got a map up of the downtown area of Kenosha. Can you please point out where the Ultimate gas station is? Okay, and that is at the intersection of the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The video we were just watching, which disappeared for a second, but is back.
Hold on.
I was just going to ask that question.
No. southeast of 60th and Sheridan. At least when I went past it on my way here this morning, I thought that that was the Methodist Church.
So, Judge, the southeast corner is Ultimate Gas. The southwest corner is First United. On this map, north is up.
Did you see 60th and Sheridan?
I did.
What am I doing wrong?
You're failing to consider that an intersection has 4 corners.
I agree, Your Honor, that the ultimate. So
Huh?
I don't want to disagree with you, but the ultimate is the southeast corner.
Where the Methodists been going to church?
That's across the street, Judge.
All right, I'm going to accept the correction.
So, Mr. Washington, just so we understand, you had described in your video that at one point, and I think at this point as we look, is that video now pointed west?
Yes.
And on the map there, it indicates that the Methodist Church is across the street to the west of Ultimate Gas. Is that right?
Yep, right there.
Okay.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Of course, Your Honor, of course.
Nice. That's why I said yes, sure.
Oh, yeah, that dumb shit is about to be lit up.
There's the dumpster fire.
Why you do that? Why you do that? Why you do that?
There's Rosenbaum.
Pause for a second here because we're going to be viewing someone that I want to talk a little bit about. I assume since the night of August 25th, 2020, you're aware of who Joseph Rosenbaum is. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And let me just put you back in the state of mind of that particular night. As of August 25th, 2020, did you know who he was?
No.
To your knowledge, had you ever encountered him before in your life?
No.
Okay. I don't know if you're familiar with this video or not, but for the benefit of the jury, do you know? Are you able to recognize Mr. Rosenbaum in this video? He's not shown on the screen at this very moment because we paused a little bit. I didn't call timeout.
Oh.
It was a little later. But let me just ask generally, are you able to recognize him if you see him on the screen?
Yeah, I would know what he looks like, yes.
And that's based on what you've learned since all this happened?
Yes.
Okay. And just, I don't think there'll be any dispute about this. I'll represent for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing a red shirt. He's got some, I think they're jean shorts, aren't they? And I don't think he's got anything.
Grown man unironically wearing jean shorts.
So he's kind of a shorter gentleman with nothing on his head, a red shirt. And you've got some video of him that we're going to see momentarily. So I wanted to let the jury know that. So as we're watching, you know what to look for. So go ahead. Thank you.
Probably not the smartest.
He's the shortest one there. That's how you
Yo, don't throw shit over here, bro. They about to. Bro. I'm not trying to fucking stop. Yeah, bro. Now people ready to fire on people, bro. We got people in position.
I'm so happy with that gun. He look like he want to shoot somebody. Anybody doing shit? He ain't gonna shoot.
Pause for a second there, Mr. Washington. What you're seeing on the screen there, with all the people and all the action on that screen, at any point during this particular incident that we're watching, Did anyone fire a gun?
No.
Did you see anyone get physically injured in any way?
No.
Please continue.
This is his route.
You too happy, motherfucker. You too happy. You too happy with a motherfucker. Yeah, because it's
This is dumpster fire.
They're not about to just let you just.
Objection, Your Honor. What the hell?
Looks
The cops are leaving now. Looks like the cops are now leaving. Yo, don't. Come on, bro. What are y'all doing, bro? Yo, bro. Come on, bro. This shit is fucking. Come on, bro.
I'm just inferior.
Exactly.
Damn, dude.
I'm gonna shoot mine. If I bring mine out, we're gonna get shot.
Cops left, and as soon as they left, things just got heated. I'm not about to stand in a line of fire at all. That's not gonna be safe.
It's a long ass video.
No, I'm good, man. Yeah, dude. Rocks. They're headed back. Definitely people throwing rocks. Be careful. Careful, because they're throwing rocks. Hey, how's it going?
How is any of this relevant?
I'm confused as well.
Says.
Like there might be relevant video coming up. Oh, here's Kyle.
Which shows Kyle acting peacefully.
Oh my God!
This is a lot of setup for what they're trying to ultimately show. I don't think you need this much setup.
So are you under the impression that they're trying to set up that Kyle's not, or that no one's being shot right now, despite it being quote unquote heated?
I don't know why they're setting this up. But yeah, we haven't gone to like the punchline.
This feels like 30 minutes.
So there's a bunch of people standing around.
What's going on, bro? You all
There's
right?
no immediate acts of violence among the crowd that's there. Kyle standing around not committing acts of violence. We've been seeing this for a little bit now. So, okay, that's the situation at the ground state. I get it. We got it a couple minutes ago. We can move on. We all collectively understand the baseline.
Corey, how long have you been here? For a bit.
Hey, yo, they trying to circle the shit. They trying to circle the shit.
Who's circling you in?
I go to this gas station all the time, so hopefully it'll be fine.
Don't worry. People don't have life insurance, but buildings do have life insurance.
Shout out to the ATM, because across the street it's more expensive.
And we're walking, and we're walking, and we're walking. It's like, you know.
Indeed.
I was literally saying that, and this just got in my face. I'm like, bro, I was the one saying everyone calm down.
This is...
Everybody's just going to have to agree.
I don't know what this is supposed to show other than at this particular moment, the people in the immediate vicinity are acting in a peaceful manner.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Noted.
He said we're going to be talking about Rosenbaum, but where is he?
Yeah.
Like, I figured he was going to be front and center in this video. I thought that was the whole point.
So Rosenbaum apologized. Rittenhouse is not shooting at anyone when there's no threat. Great.
Oh, I hope someone starts twerking. Call it Drexel's Law.
I don't know any of them. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Washington, in that excerpt we just watched, I saw a number of individuals that were armed. Did you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what their purpose was out there that evening? If you have one.
I mean, honestly, I didn't talk to everyone individually, so I mean, it's hard to really answer that.
Sure. It appeared to me that there were folks that had long rifles like AR-15s. Are you familiar with those at all?
Yeah.
Did you see folks at the Ultimate gas station armed with that type of rifle?
Yes.
How many would you estimate you saw?
Four?
Consistently at like one time or throughout a period of time?
One time, that we're all there.
Maybe,
one time.
maybe like 24, maybe a little more, something like that.
Where were the other 20 of them?
15 to 25 people.
And in the videos we saw there, or the section we just saw, it appeared that there were people kind of getting in the face or getting aggressive with some of those folks that were armed. Did you see that?
Yes. So as far as I recall, there was a lot of discourse happening, heated discourse, but conversations being had.
Did you see that lead to any violence? Anybody punch one another, shoving each other, shooting at one another, anything along those lines?
No, maybe there may have been nudging or something, not that I recall seeing, but nothing that would make you stop and direct your attention to it.
And I believe in that section we just watched, I saw 2 separate instances of dumpsters being set on fire. Did you see those as well?
Yes.
I don't know if that was the same dumpster twice or
I believe it may have been the same dumpster.
Okay. And other than that being a perfect metaphor for the year 2020, did you see any property damage as a result of the dumpster fires?
No. As far as I recall, the dumpster was lit on fire because the police pulled up in an MRAP, and it seemed like protesters were like shoving it towards the police. It didn't seem like they were trying to destroy buildings with it or blow up the gas station or anything like that. There was a lot of people there. I don't know if people would let
just
them
a peaceful arson.
And
it's
I
okay.
want to ask that specifically because you're standing right next to the gas pumps in the video. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel like that was an unsafe place based on the dumpster fire or anything like that?
No.
Did you see anyone ever push anything on fire towards the gas pumps?
No.
Okay.
Is that really why we're bringing this in for that?
I think it might be.
When you were doing your live stream,
all that for that?
were there folks watching that you were aware of?
Yes.
Were
How
you
many?
able to respond to them or communicate with them as the live stream was going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Throughout, I'm sorry to cut you off. That's why throughout like the live stream, I mentioned like going to the Ultimate gas station to get cash out of the ATM. There was always viewers, some people from town, some people from out of town, some people with questions and stuff like that. There was a lot of when we had protests for, I guess, the big protest for George Floyd earlier, and areas are spilling out somewhere to see if things are actually happening.
No, the audio was good. It was loud.
Watch, false rumors or whatever.
Your Honor, I do have an excerpt that I'm going to play.
They hate you, Nick.
Maybe about 12 or 13 minutes long. I don't know.
Oh my God!
Will we end up breaking afterwards, even and without this witness being complete?
Yeah.
Well, I maybe done with my direct at that point. I'm not sure.
Well, we have to have him back for a anyway. So let's break for the date.
Thank
And,
God.
Please, overnight, read, watch, or listen to any
12, another 12 or 13 minute excerpt he's going to play.
Yeah.
And,
Was the sole point of that excerpt to stand for the proposition the dumpster was not pushed into the gas station? That's a lot to establish that.
I mean, it kind of seemed like it.
arrangements and I'm sorry, Mr. Washington.
I bet Kiori Washington has a whole bunch more subscribers after this.
We should invite him on for a collab.
Everybody leave the room right away, except for. Pardon me. Well, are they going to stay here? These people have. You people. All right. Whatever you say. I'm going to turn it over to you. All right. Thank you.
What do you mean, you people?
The jurors, the clerk wants to talk to them.
clerk wants to talk to the jurors. Okay.
Well, it's easier in here, but I don't know. How long is it going to take the media to scatter? Can I talk to you photographers for a minute?
Talking to the photographers in the courtroom?
Okay. Let's yeah, that's all right, you can go up to the jury room, please, and clerk will deal with it.
Yeah, why you wouldn't have the jury leave through the approved place immediately and then have the media clear out just to avoid accidents is beyond me.
The police holding those pending the outcome of the trial. Okay.
Did the stream mute? The audio's really, I know the audio dropped dramatically on me. It's not me. I can't change it. This thing's about over anyway. I can't boost the audio. StreamYard doesn't let you. Not on a shared screen. But I guess we're done, right?
I guess. Someone is texting on their phone in the courtroom. I don't know, man.
That's amazing to me. In here, you can only have a phone if you're an attorney.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. And basically because we need to schedule. And that's about, or if you have notes on it or something. But if you even if you're sitting there with a phone out, I've seen bailiffs come up and just take phones from people